message, and I also got in trouble. My bedroom was messy, so I was told to clean it up. Anyway, let's let's get to it. A little screen share action, and we're good to go. Hey, before I start the recap, I don't know if anybody noticed, but I just made a quick little post of our vampire who's been woken up, or fed, I should say. A little there on roll 20. That's what he looks like. Isn't he such a great looking, nice, friendly fella? Okay, beautiful. Let us begin our trials and tribulations. Last session, we find ourselves in the deep, deep, dank hole of Shade Barrow. But in the strangest of places, in a demi-plane, no less, to be sure. And here, deep within, you find yourselves confronted with a angel of an unknown name. He has two priorities down here. One of which is his children, freeing his children from their torment and getting them maybe to the surface and wishing to see if they are as deemable as he hopes they are. The only catch is that they're vampires. Very, very, very hungry vampires. But they do follow the commands of their father, it seems quite well, for now, though the angel has remarked himself that it will not last forever. They are very hungry, and eventually their magnificent willpower, it seems, will give way. The second priority is that he is the prisoner here, but also the guardian of the vestige of divergence that has been sealed here. He cannot wield it, but he is certain that while it is wielded by a mortal, it may just be the key to escaping this demi-plane. A cruel twist of fate, very fitting of Orcus, a demon lord of vicious cruelty. The key to escape, just one you cannot turn. Lays just before you. And he has spent much great deal of time learning of it. You were all shared basically the myth of its creation. Long ago, there was a champion of Tharizdun, the god of madness and entropy, and he was granted a magnificent vestige of divergence, but he was defeated. And this vestige was granted to Aidu, and through her power, she was able to change it, not entirely, but bind it at least to her power. And with that, it became a powerful relic of divination. It still holds, though, some lingering effects of its old master. For the great prophetic power that it possesses, there are tolls that must be paid. There are dangers to its use. And so this unique vestige must be granted to a mortal who is worthy of it. And it seems that the angels define that worthiness in a number of ways. And someone who is not afraid to use it, but someone who will understand the toll of knowledge and how to say yes to some and no to others, knowing when to wield it and when to take those tolls and when not to. And thus to set up a number of trials to come to understand each of you, to know each of you, and find a way to make the correct choice in his mind. And so each of you have faced different trials. It seems that for unknown reasons, you have all been given different trials, it seems. Some of you have been grouped together, others of you not. And it's come down to the final set of trials today. And with that, it is also worth noting that he did request from the party to donate some blood, some mortal blood to be fed to one of his children to be picked at random. And in this test, it might just prove that the vampires are at least worthy of the chance of trust. And so Ember, despite the opposition of Cedric, felt it within the realm of change, within the realm of Avandra, and saw to it to donate some of his very spicy, but nonetheless divine blood. And it was a trial for the individual to drink it, but it seems that this individual, who goes by the name of Revan, drank the blood and has became a full vampire once more. And as much as he wanted to have a cool conversation, he was like, "This has been a lot. I'm gonna go lay down." And indeed, he did. The angel did send some people, some of his sons, to kind of keep an eye on him, and asked all of you to, hey, maybe take a minute to get to know this individual, judge for yourself if they seem to be in control, if they seem to be altruistic enough to be trusted. He intends to do the same, but in the meantime, he heard Cedric's words about how loneliness can be a bit blinding, and he does want to make sure that he is, at least it seems, he wants to make sure he isn't looking with clouded eyes, and has asked you to help him judge if what his plan is an intelligent one. Not an intelligent one, it's a stupid one. It's absolutely a fucking stupid one, but one that could work out. There is risk in redemption. And that is where we pick up today. So, trial two has happened. Um, and we are going to move from there. Um, it's tricky. Zarbog has been captured, has been stolen away by friends for a birthday celebration, and that's wonderful. But by him not being here, he cannot face his trials, and he cannot make his own personal choices about what he wished to do. Um, so I think it's going to be best to have him just simply abstain from the next trial, since he is not here for it. And I get the feeling, Aaron, being the cheeky guy that we love, I think he's a big part of these trials to, I don't know, maybe poke at somebody. I could be misreading, but we're gonna say that he abstains for now, as he's not here to make such choices for himself. Yes, Shane.
Did did I did I forget? Because I thought that Qiro and Cedric still had to face their second trial, right? You ended after.
I
Did
did.
I misremember? Oh, Qiro, no, I watched your face. No, I watched you thinking you were going to get away with that, cheeky little bugger. Did I misremember? Should we review the tape,
No, I
ma'am?
think
No,
you're right.
Ma'am,
that's pretty accurate.
ma'am,
Not interrupting Ryan during his recap. I would never want to throw a wrench into his plan. If he'd
ma'am,
like to move us along, he can move
ma'am.
us along. I see no problem there.
Play with your mama. Don't play with me.
You're right. There is a second trial. So you know what? Let's start off the session with trial number two then for Cedric and Qiro then. Why don't we just start her off there? That makes sense to me. Incredible. That's very funny. All right. I don't know why I made things so difficult on myself. Probably because I have too many ideas and I can't keep track of them all. So we do all of them. Okay. The angel looks to you, Kiro, and looks to you, Cedric, and says, "Are you ready?" All right. It is time for the test of trust. Let us go. Um, and he is trust. Oh fuck. You know what? We're not doing that's crazy. Oh, you know what? Yeah, he will do it. Um, he looks over to one of the vampires, and he says, um, "Raphael, will you come with me?" And one of the vampires kind of comes forward. Um, and the four of you, Vampire, Angel, and Cedric and Kiro, come forth. The angel is going to look down at his son and smile at him and put a hand on his shoulder. Um, and he is going to say, "This is a test for you too, my son." And he is going to step back. His eyes are going to illuminate, and he is going to, with some difficulty, summon a beam of pure, beautiful light as if parting through the clouds, a single ray of sunlight is going to shine down before him. He's going to look to you two. He is going to say, "Trust the damned as you would the divine. Perhaps all will be well, or perhaps you will see all perish. What will you do?" He says, "Raphael, step into the light." Vampire kind of, and after probably a long hesitation, the vampire steps forward, and he is going to step into the light. And his body is going to begin to immediately emulate, and you're going to hear the creature kind of like screech and scream in pain. And you can see on the angel's face this tormented look. He is not pleased by this. But he lets it happen and looks to you two. What do you do? Cedric does not do anything, I imagine. Okay, understood. What about you, Qiro?
I imagine she freezes, looks back and forth between the angel, the vampire. Is he on fire?
He's like, you can tell that the light is like killing him. Yes.
Look at the angel, look at Cedric. If no one's doing anything, I'm pulling him out because what are you doing?
Okay. You run over, you grab him around his arms. It doesn't hurt you. The moment your hands wrap around this skeletal arm, the fire just disappears. Like as your hand wraps around, as if your hand covering his body like staunches the flames in that localized area, and you like pull him out with all of your might, and you pull him out onto the ground, and he and it lays there, sort of like screeching in pain, and the light dies immediately. And the angel moves over to his son, and quickly just cures really quickly. He's regenerating. You can tell like his body immediately starts to knit together and root, but he helps it along. Um, and he smiles at his son and he goes, "Okay, you're up. Good. Thank you." And it like looks upset. And he will stand up uh, and look at you, Qiro, and he'll smile and he'll say, "Perhaps my children may yet just see dawn. Yes." And then he looks to you, Cedric, and he says, "But yes, indeed, perhaps they may be ash." He looks to you, Qiro, and he says, "Do you think my children will survive above without help, without compassion, without someone to steer them in the right direction?"
I think to put any of them or anyone anyone that survived a tenth of what they have, of what you have down here, I think putting any of them in any situation without supervision and expecting for them to succeed on merit alone is unfair.
I agree. I agree. Which is why I'm so happy to see that you're ready. to provide compassion and help where it is needed. This isn't to say there's any expectation that comes with this. I just mean to say that despite what they are, you helped. You saw that they struggled, that they suffered, and you helped. And that's beautiful. And you trusted that all would be okay. Trusted in goodness. And all the
Absolutely.
same, and he'll turn to Cedric and say, this, as I've told everyone else, there is no correct answer to any of these. You remain staunch in what you believe. You remained firm in your understanding of what they are and what they can become. And that vigilance, that readiness to stand by what you believe in, it is important as well. And I'm glad to see that you carry that merit with you.
I wonder if now would be a good time for me to ask my questions.
By all means, would you wish to do so alone? I would be more
No,
than happy to give you space.
I mean, the purpose of this exercise is to provide you insight, is it not?
It is. I just wish to provide you the choice.
Qiro, can I just ask? You no longer remember most of your history with all of us.
Not since Western. Well, coming out of the hole at Western. I still don't remember how I got there.
And yet, here you are in this unholy place, risking probably worse than death. Why?
Because I didn't know who I was and someone risked their life for me. Because I didn't know who I was and all of you gave me the option of leaving a life behind that I didn't even remember in exchange for a brand new one because I get the sense that I used to be someone good and that we do good and that I can.
Instinct.
Yeah.
This artifact has been described as both powerful and problematic. It could face us with very difficult decisions, and its use in just circumstances from its existence. How would you seek to find the path in an almost impossible situation?
Same way I do anything else, I guess. I trust my gut. It's gotten me this far. I trust my friends. Trust in the cause that I believe in and trust my instincts.
If I may, instincts is a good word, but I would use another, if I'd be so bold, and say that you follow your heart, your compassion, the goodness in others. You follow what feels right. That is your heart. There's an important distinction, I think, between instinct and what's right in your heart. It's beautiful.
I had just the one other question. There are many things that could be achieved with an item like this. What would you seek to do with it?
Enough to win, enough to beat whatever's coming for us, and exactly that much. I I get the sense bad things happen no matter how much you use, but greedy doesn't usually turn out great.
I'll turn to our host. I don't think I need to continue to participate in any of your tests.
That's your decision. And I thank you for helping me. Very well. Then that leaves only two. Take some time. It's been a long day of trials. I do not wish to keep you here any longer than I should, but let us perhaps take a moment's rest before the final trial is set. I must decide if I am going to test you together or separately. We both follow different paths, but give me a moment. Perhaps check in on your friends, both of you, maybe someone else. But I must see to my son and help him understand why I did this. Um, and he looks to his son. He says, "Will you come with me, Raphael?" And you can tell he's like not happy about having been burned in the sun, but he goes
Kira
with
will.
nonetheless.
She'll try to help. She'll help him up if he's still sitting down on the ground. On
You help him up, and you get him up, and it looks to you with its like sort of hollow eyes, and like it's creepy as fuck, no doubt about it. But it like suddenly pulls back very like not like away from your arm, and you can tell like it like breathes itself through whatever it's going through, but then it does like bow itself to you stiffly, almost in thanks, if not reverence. And then it will go with the host, as we call him. And you guys have a bit of a run of the manor for a hot minute. The angel will provide final tests soon enough, but there is a moment of reprieve, and I just wanted to give it to you before we move on. Did anybody want to do anything around the palace? I will say, you guys will see, having recovered very quickly, now that he is all fueled up with blood. Um, Maybe like an hour later, he kind of starts to appear in the halls. You guys see this Revan individual. He's cut his long ass hair down to something a little bit more short and manageable. He walks through the halls, um, looking around as if looking through his eyes for the first time, and just kind of like very, very wander, almost like a wanderlust a little bit, if you will, just kind of drifting through the halls a little bit as he goes. He's wearing like a black coat, fur lined at the collar, very much this vampire aesthetic, but he seems kind of just floaty. So you guys see him around. Um, Alistair will turn a corner and see you, Yvaine. And he'll say, "Well, I don't know how things went with Cedric and Qiro, but looks like it's down to you and maybe one or two others, or maybe just you. I dropped out myself."
Hmm. It's a bit of a surprise. No, I'm going to go do the thing that Angel is trying to figure out whether it is that I can do to determine whether I should be doing the thing that he thinks maybe he wants me for.
Dare I detect a little spite?
No,
No.
I don't think I understand the nature of this test, but I do know that the Raven Queen herself told me what I know of the Weave of Fate. And I don't care how hot the feathered celestial is. I'm not going to go pluck strings just because he wanted to like, literally, the goddess tells me, don't go fucking with things just 'cause, right? Because I know there are consequences. I know if you do the smallest little thing, like, I know this, right? So the first thing I'm asked is, go fuck with shit. Like, all right, wait okay, no. Like, I actually know the answer to that question. No. But then, Zarvolg's going to point and shoot and he's got incredible instincts. So if the guy is looking for a ranger, he's not looking for a druid who's going to evaluate an ecosystem and not fuck it up just because, someone says fuck it up. So, I'm going to go do a divination. I thought maybe I'd ask the Moonweaver if this is what she had in store for me, or if I should just fuck off and give it to Qiro.
Well, don't judge him too harshly. He doesn't have all that context you've got.
No, he doesn't, and I don't judge him. But I can go. Actually, this is actually worth
Yeah, have fun.
touching a string for, right? This is actually worth messing with the divine for. So I'm going to go do the thing he's trying to figure out who I can do. Bless his heart. Okay. And she's going to go off to her room and she's going to put her charts on the ground because she's got to use the archive to cast the divination. Her star map is, I think, pretty impressive at this point. After all this time, after all the
sure.
nearly a year, she's actually managed to. There's a tome, and there's scales, and there's a hammer, and little signs of all the deities written in her star map. Because Shoku said I could put anything in there I want to. There's a giant tree that doesn't seem to be attached to any of the gods, but it seems to make her happy. She'll take the 10 minutes to cast the spell, and she's using the 25 gold worth of azurite because she does still have that available, and she'll mix that with the incense. And yeah, so that's what she does.
Okay. You span your consciousness out to the best of your ability. The miasma of this place is deeply, it's like you're choking on it as you're trying to push yourself past this realm. But you do find on the other side of it is the darkness that secondly might wander in. What would you
Oh, she walks in without fear.
Okay. What would you ask?
Is the good of Exandria better suited if Qiro takes this vestige?
Goes, of course. You feel the voice kind of come through the miasma as if the voice coming through is choked on it as well, but it does find its way through.
Insight check.
Okay. Make an insight check.
have very good insight. So, yeah, 26.
26. You're surprised by the immediate sort of lack of faith in you. You've come to trust in the power of the Moonweaver, and that power has been instilled on you. What you gather from this voice, its essence, even but just simple words, is a thing, a misanthropic, nihilistic voice. This isn't the Moonweaver.
Thank you for your cooperation. And I'll end the spell.
You try to pull yourself off of it, and then you feel like a great hook has been brought into your skull. And anyone nearby will hear a horrific scream from Yvaine's room as you're going to take some significant psychic damage. As you are not allowed to leave the remainder of this spell. It's going to be 39 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
And you are held into it, into this spell, and you've like in this vision, it becomes less about like you speaking into just sort of the dark on the other side, and you know who you're speaking to, the master of this realm, and as all becomes plain, you're like wrenched in. You are immortal, and this entity is a greater thing. And you are a rat in a trap. And you are dragged through the miasma beyond where even the angel could fly to. And on the other side, like a mountain, you see this massive ram skull with hateful beads of light coming from the black of where its eyes should be, and flesh just sort of like barely hanging onto it, dripping down. And you hear, "Oh, so arrogant, so capricious, so squishy, such flesh misspent. You seek power. You know you do. You just want someone to tell you it's okay to take. So here I am. You want to take? I will give you all your mortal coil can take and more. You want power to stop evil? I can give it to you in spades. I will make you unkillable. I will make you more, and I will make your insides match your outsides.
Thank you, Pass.
Join with my power. Join with undeath.
Ew,
And
no.
rot. So arrogant, clinging to what will decay, what will waste away into nothing. Fine. You have come to my sanctuary, to my prison. You will not get the chance to release yourselves. Prepare for death that you so greatly seek. And you're gonna just be held there, my friend. You are held in this divination for a time, in this sphere of miasma. At which point, whoever would think themselves that, and you know, whatever you want at this point. It doesn't matter to
Yeah.
me.
Drystrike
Uh,
will step of the wind.
yeah, you
Straight
guys
up,
will. You
she's
hear
giving
this
us back.
shriek. Yeah, you
Cure
hear this
wounds on the
shriek.
way.
Yeah, yeah. Anybody who wishes to sort of royals in to the room, you're gonna find Yvaine sitting in the center of. Could you tell me the specific of the material components of what the ritual is and what it is meant to look like?
So technically, she used the Astromancy archive
Mhm.
to cast the spell.
Mhm.
So the way technically she just used the
Yeah.
device, but in the way I envisioned it was that she set out all of her star charts, and she sort of kind of started looking for where things would be where she thought she wouldn't. Then in the center of it, she has her bowl with holy incense and azurite.
Okay. Um, so here's what I'm gonna say. You guys opened the door where you heard the scream, and the room is going to be filled with the bordering miasma around this palace. The room is just like heavy, like heavy. You can't see through it, like purely like blind to see through it. You guys want to go inside?
Yes.
Yeah, go through it. Um, so I've got. It sounds like Kiro or Drycerin and Ember at least. Kiro, yeah. Do you want to?
Yep.
Yeah, Cedric. Okay,
Yeah.
so everybody's there. Great.
Yep. And I'm
Um,
gonna throw out my cantrips as I do.
yep, yep. You enter into the room. Um, you are going to the first thing you're all going to find as you walk in, you are going to find uh, the Astromancy archive that you've seen Yvain use, which is very much like a handheld, um, what are those like metal spindle star maps? Um, almost like a almost like a really complicated sextant, in a way that a sailor might use to like navigate the stars. Very verbose. It's meant to like track the planes basically. So it's pretty intense. It floats in the air like winding itself and unwinding itself repeatedly, and just like it is the source of this gas in the room. It is just like pouring out onto the ground like black ice and like spreading across the ground and like filling the room. And beneath the bowl, where it's like filing onto you, you can't see what's in the bowl, but you do see this like bowl laying there at the bottom. The smoke is pouring on top of. What would you do? Any of the four of you. You don't see Yvain. You don't know where she is.
The room filling up with smoke.
The room is filled with smoke, and as you open the door, it like sort of began to pour out.
Can we see Yvaine?
You can't see Yvain.
Is it that we can't see anything or that she's not there?
So she's not there. You can see like maybe 5 feet ahead of you is what we'll say. So as you guys like have gotten like you're standing around the bowl, like it's like a foot away from each of you, and you see the bowl and the Astromancy archive, but Yvain is not there.
We definitely heard her call out from this place.
You heard her scream from this bedroom. There's more bedroom around you. You just like you can't see it. This is such a dense smog.
Hero Pat bonus action, pop the trident out, and she'll light a cantrip. She'll cast it on the end of her trident, just as they have a source of light so they can see.
Got it. You cast the light. Unfortunately, it doesn't do much in the heavy. Like you know, it's like lighting your phone light in like a dense fog. Like light doesn't do too much. Unfortunately, it's just too dense.
Can anyone try and disrupt whatever magic this is? It's beyond my
I
power.
haven't had opportunity yet. I'll need some space.
Fireball. Go for it,
The
Ember.
first thing Ember will do is he will take red from his flask, so the smoke becomes less of an impairment.
Understood. Yeah, you let him out, and your vision is pretty much clear with the power blind sight.
I will set a block of incense down uh, in the in the in the spot that ritually looks like it's the spot where that would be. Um, and I will light it, and I will begin casting ceremony,
Okay. You begin to cast spell.
specifically the ceremony of atonement.
Okay. Atonement. Interesting. Okay. Understood. You begin that. Ember starts essentially like I would say the flavor is all yours, but I imagine it almost comes with like maybe it's not possession, but almost like the words just start flowing from you, like you always knew them innately, and just like these words of celestial, almost like in tongues, starts to come out of Ember as his skin begins to sort of ignite with divine light, and he
How
begins to
long does that
start
take?
1 hour, I believe.
Casting time is an hour. Even if you've got it spell slotted, it's an hour to cast. It's not fast. Nor
Okay.
should it be.
Yeah, nor should it be exactly.
Then Drystrin grab a bottle of holy water that she got and cast protection from evil and good on Ember.
Yes, absolutely.
Beautiful.
Absolutely. Yeah, you feel Ember like, well, you just feel like your skin has like a sheen of protection, like sure it's around you, but it can't quite touch you. Maybe not like it could have, though you didn't notice it. Anybody else?
Bryson, you're the fastest. Can you go get our host? Bring him here.
Do I have to stay for the good spell?
No, it's
No.
it's just
Okay,
concentration will last, yeah.
Well, I got 90 feet per round, so I'll
Yeah,
be
you're
back.
fast as fuck. Um, make me a investigation, we'll say. Very low DC because you're fast as fuck, as I said. Or perception, I'll give you. Just to track him down, how fast you do it. It's gonna be fast no matter what, just seeing how fast.
11.
11. That song starts playing in X-Men. If I could get time in a bottle, as Drystrand just is like quicksilvering like around the palace, and you do find clearly where he would not have been able to have heard any kind of scream. Um, you see him. I would say you see him sitting with like the new vampire, the newly restored vampire, and the two of them are sort of like having a conversation. You kind of come flying through the door. He, um, yes. What seems to be the matter?
Yvaine's gone. There's a weird thing in place. It has smoke. Things are bad. We need to get there.
Okay. That's all I needed. And he will. He'll get there as fast as he can. You're gonna see him just like basically unfurl his wings and will just like take off like down the hallways like a fucking race car through, and you're driving through, and the vampire's like, well, I yeah, keep. Oh wait, I can't. And he just legendary action dashes, and it's like as he absolutely keeps up with vampiric speed. Why not? And you guys fly through the palace until you come to the door. And inside the door, just to like what's going on, Dryster, but just to heighten it, you hear Ember inside going, or like whatever he's speaking. um, it's just like, this is not good. So everything's fucked basically. Got it. Let's see. And he's where to begin. Um, do we know what happened? No? All right. Well, let's go. And this other vampire will say, Father, let me come, let me help. He'll look to his son. The eye finds you for a second, Drystrom, as if gauging. He says, I'll tell you what, with your look alone, make me maybe just a flat charisma check. Just to see if you can, yeah, you Drystrom, to see if your look kind of sways him one way or the other.
I rolled a 3.
Oh, three!
I rolled a 3. If you take your stats into account, that's -1.
Oh, great. Okay, so we're not even gonna like do what he would have done. We're just gonna do exactly the opposite of what you wanted. He will look to he will see your look, and you go like, and he's like, what does that even mean? He'll look to his son and be like, you'll have to face him eventually anyway. But prepare yourself, prepare your mind, for what you might find in there. And they will walk into the mist. Um, he'll just make a check just to like see if he gauges if he has any idea what to do. Um, he'll walk in. No concerning. As he sees Ember like, oh, no, 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 no. No, actually, he looks at Ember with like a surprise. I don't think he would have. He may or may not have known about your divine soulness. Um, and sees what you're doing, and kind of nods, and is going to. Oh yeah, he's gonna pull out some big guns here. You hear sort of as his presence approaches, you hear all of you in the real world hear the sort of through the mist this sort of as if repelled, like angered by the very presence of the angel. And he's gonna cast Dispel Evil and Good. He's gonna I love this spell. He's gonna pull out that. And he is going to say, Mighty Lord of Undeath, I dismiss you back to your realm. And he's going to slam his hand on the relic, the Astromancy Archive, and he is going to utilize a dismissal action. Because of your power, Ember, I'm going to say that you're going to give him advantage to see if you can make the dismissal happen. Say that your power kind of funnels into it. And you kind of work together to make this happen. Target must succeed. Yeah. So he does this. He's just like trying to pull this power into it, and the voice goes, "So you think you can dismiss me, warrior servant? I am undeath." And he's just like, so basically how the spell works is that it's a concentration, and each action he can attempt dismissal. But this is Orcus, and he's got legendary actions and legendary resistances and everything. So he's just like gritting his teeth and trying to pull his power into it. I'll tell you what, does anybody want to do anything to try and help enhance the angel's attempted dismissal of Orcus? Yvaine, Qiro. I'm gonna say Ember, you're already
channel divinity
helping.
slots if it helps. Like,
yeah, absolutely. If you take that, because when you
I'll burn
sleep, you
one.
pull a shard of power of core down into yourself. If you want to like pour that into it, absolutely.
Obviously.
Got
Yes.
it. Anything from Kira? You're technically connected to a divine being at the end of the day. In a way, in a bit of a middleman kind of way.
There's a spell. There's nothing on her spell list that she can do, but if she can burn a spell slot or something, then yeah, she will.
Okay. Yeah, we're keeping it real loose here and flavorful. Absolutely. So we're gonna say, Kiro, you focused on your connection to this wolf, whatever, that everyone's told you about. Um, and you pour your what the warlock spell slots you have accessible into it all. And Goldrick is technically a celestial, so this will help. Um, so you pour that in. Drystring, you pour in a literal fragment of Chord's power into it. Ember, you're pouring the divine essence that has always flowed in your blood into this. Cedric, is there anything that you got? Okay, understood.
I will. The one thing I will
Yeah,
do is I actually am going to bring Henry forth, my familiar.
he's fourth. Absolutely. Um, all right. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say all of you three funneling your power into it is just going to you know, Ember's power breaks through the first layer of Orcus's power, legendary resistance. Drycerin basically uses the power core to smash through a legendary resistance, and Kiro's channeling of the power of celestial death itself through another layer. Meaning Orcus just needs to make a fucking roll and see if he can make it happen. Against the celestial, he has a pretty, as you can imagine, decent charisma bonus.
Can I cast Bane?
You want to try and cast Bane on Orcus? You can, absolutely, absolutely, dude. Yeah, okay, absolutely. As we've burned through the resistances, I'll put it in there. Wisdom save,
Charisma.
charisma
15.
save. He rolls a 27.
Well,
He's Orcus. He rolled a nat 20 as well. But as for the one against the angel, he does roll he rolls a 20 total. And it's a meets it beats it kind of moment. Because the DC of the angel is 20. I'll tell you what. It's a meets it beats it. It's like one DC off. Now, Yvaine, you have been hooked in here. Literally your spirit, your soul, wherever you consider your center of divine power is, Orcus has been welcome to my world, and just stuck his finger through it and just made you be here. And you have been here for what feels like 13 hours in your consciousness. Him just muling at you, and you've gotten to know, I mean, not much about this guy at the end of the day, other than that he is a paradox of self-absorbedness and utter hatred for all things. He is as entropic an individual as you've ever met. Is there anything that you would do? Is there anything you would say? Anything you would ask? Is there anything in there at all? As he just sort of mules at your foolish perspective on how you seek death and how it makes no fucking sense at all and all that shit. Is there anything that you would wish to say, do, ask?
So at the end of the day, nothing ever dies. And then what?
Do I seem dead to you? Do the gods seem dead to you? Does your divine host seem dead to you? There are many immortal things that will survive the destroying of stars. Immortality is everything. Life is waste and decay, but it does not need to be so. Foolishness, the lies of the primes. Mortal kind is wasted on their attachment to aging and life and vanity. Your logic is flawed.
I have to tell you, I've met an Eldritch that you get along great with. He said very much the same sorts of things.
Oh, I can see into your paltry flesh mind. You refer to this cretin of eyeballs and sight and seeing. A paltry, a small deviation, a parasite, a waste, like your very flesh. To compare me to it is just foolishness on your part.
So you want the same things, you're just much, much, much more robust.
I care not for what your parasite cared for. I care not for its designs or its desires, for it is an ant, and I do not regard the opinions of ants. I only care about that which has the will enough to reach out the immortality, and you cling to flesh like a child to her mother's skirts.
Yeah, I just don't see the appeal. I mean, clearly you do. You're clearly very into it. I don't. I am a small-minded mortal who just can't fathom the greatness of you.
So small, so little you understand. It is not your fault that the prime deities have slithered your mind with lies and gentle lessons. Oh, kindness. Oh, to the stars. Oh, love and affection. Oh, what a waste. What absolute foolishness. To think the best possible scenario for your love and your compassion is that you meet someone that you care for, and at the very best, you die at the same time. How tragic. How truly tragic. Return, then, to your land of the living if you can. I will make you see. Immortality will be yours, like it or not. And in the end, you will kick, and you will scream, and you will cry for your mother. But then, after centuries have passed, and your knowledge and power has grown, you will thank Orcus. And it's in this moment you do find a bead of flame. You do find wrath and electricity. You do find the cold, loving embrace of death. You do find divine fire. And you do find something more powerful behind it all. And it's just barely a bead of light you could reach out to. But it is not enough to overcome Orcus. You have to reach out for it.
And she does.
We will see you soon. Yvaine Starborn. You will be Yvaine the Bloodless soon enough. And just barely able to just punch a little extra DC onto it. Just one little point of DC. And on the other side, all of that smog and miasma gets sucked up back into the sphere. And the
the power, and you guys are sort of released from the power as the archive falls and hits the ground. And everybody in the room is going to kind of like, just spend a lot of magic. It's just going to kind of take a breath and is going to notice two things. The first of which is this. What color is the gemstone that you left in the bowl? Yvaine?
Azurite. I guess it's
Azurite.
bluish.
Yeah, that sounds right. Bluish. You find this bluish stone in the bowl, but it is completely changed shape, as if carved into a very elegant ram skull. And as you look down at it, you are going to hear a sort of heated breath. You're going to look up onto the roof, and you're going to see Yvaine splayed out on the roof as if she were unconscious on the floor. And then she falls and hits the ground in front of you. Yvaine, you'll take 5 bludgeoning damage, and as you are ripped from Orcus's grasp, you're going to take another 32 psychic damage. And as she hits the ground, she is unconscious. Breathing, alive, the correct color, but unconscious. And maybe the little blood coming out of her nose.
I'll cast a quick
Second level
healing
cure
word.
wounds? Oh.
Sorry, you go first. I love whenever a battle ends or anyone needs healing, it's a mad scramble. Like the entire party scrambles for healing. Cedric, you go ahead. What were you gonna do?
Just a quick healing word for 7.
Beautiful. So 7 into Yvaine. We'll say Dryson, you're like, ah. Cedric got there first. And Yvaine, you feel, because I believe your healing word comes from Druid, a little druidic power. Yvaine, you feel something enter into you that isn't the miasma of undeath. It is something familiar, something primal, and just like a little of yourself returns in this form of healing, as your mind kind of is on fire, but now very much awake.
Yeah, so now she's probably just going to sit stunned and try not to cry for a moment. And oh, he's a lot.
The angel will kneel beside you, Yvaine, put his hand on your shoulder. There'll be a little cure wounds on that too, just to like add a little extra something. Why not? He's got him. Might as well, if you got him, smoke him. That's what they say. I think I'm playing a little loose and fast. He's supposed to have 2 a day. I think I've given out maybe like 5 at this point. But whatever. Oh, dice ran away from me. Hang on. That's gonna be. Let's do 10. That's gonna be 10, 14 plus his bonus is 14 plus. He's gonna give you 21 healing.
Thank you.
And he is going to say, Yvaine, listen not to the mewlings of evil. You know who you are.
I knew he wasn't her. I know what her voice feels like ringing in my ears. So prayers work. They hear our gods hear the prayers we pray, but they can interfere with divination.
I have not attempted a communion with a god in a very long time.
I couldn't protect.
It is another error on my part. One that I owe you. My apologies.
No, I should have used a dream spell. I could have protected myself a little better there. I truly did not think the demon prince was going to, like, hook me and bring me in for a private audience. It's not the reasonable expectation of something that could happen when casting this spell. I don't cast it all the time.
He is... I do not understand him entirely, not even I, but I do know this, that he is indeed the master of this place. Decides all who enters and all who leaves. Decides all who speaks and all who doesn't. The only thing we truly can master in this place is what we decide to do. In our own hearts and souls.
I do not understand why anyone should want to live forever, for the sheer sake of living forever.
I'm certain that is a philosophical discussion for mortals to have. I don't think I quite fit that,
no,
speak to that.
Do you understand there are mortals who will do really strange things to extend their life cycles and to an end? Like, what is so bad about a death when it's time?
Because, Yvaine, you do not see the world as other people do. That much I understand now. People fear the unknown. And no one knows where they're going after they die. Not really. Where the Raven Queen might take them. You, it seems, are the exception. You delight in the unknown and try and uncover it. It is not a thing that all people share. Fear is the root of all evil.
It is. It's how they hook you.
It is. It's how advertising companies sell a lot of phones. I don't know why I said that. That was weird. I don't know what a phone is.
I feel like it's capitalism, and that just gives me the ick.
Speaking of the ick, he'll stand and look around at the rest of the room and say, I would advise everyone to be very cautious. The last time I attempted a communion, well, divination's like a door. You open it a crack. Something may have come out the other side around here. Just be careful.
Of course, I will.
I will endeavor to see if I can't track down anything that might have slipped through, but nonetheless, I advise caution for the time being.
Yes, of course. I would not have attempted this spell if I did not believe it. Truly important for what we are doing here.
And may I say, it is heartening to see such fellowship. It's been a long time to see mortals just... Anyway. If there's nothing else, I'm sure you wish to have your own counsel. Allow me to take my leave now.
Thank you, Angel.
Pardon?
Thank you.
Oh. No thanks is necessary. And he will leave, and he'll look back to his son, say, Revan. Revan kind of, yes, father. And the two of them will walk out.
Ember will stand up and will pat Yvaine on the shoulder. Get some rest. Maybe not here. And pick your stuff up. I'm not your mom. Be in your room. He will walk up to Angel.
She will start cleaning. She will clean a mess.
Oops.
If I may speak to the two of you.
Yeah, absolutely. They turn around. Says, of course. And may I say, Umber, I do have sight enough to see a great deal. I was surprised to find that you have, at least in part, the blood of angels inside of you.
I'm not surprised. It manifests in its own way, which in part, and I will look to Revan, why I volunteered.
You'll say, I don't mean to speak too soon, but I do recall some of my life, and I do recall a dark instinct from when I was alive. It is not quite the same after drinking that goblet. I admit I did not enjoy your blood as much as I have enjoyed others. I think I know why now.
And it's to that end that I wish to speak to the both of you. Should, and Ember will look at the angel, you find one of us worthy, and we leave this place, you and your children. There are some things that you need to be aware of, which you probably are not due to the length of time that you have been here. The first of which is, depending on when you got shut away, a mortal rose to the position of goddess of the dead.
Yes, this Raven Queen.
Yes. And she is very much dedicated to the natural passing of events. And she has battalions and a very active champion.
See.
Should you and your children leave, I doubt there is anywhere in Tal'Dorei that you might sequester yourself. There is another angel on the continent of Wildmount, injured during the same time that you were sequestered, who yet remains. I would strongly suggest that you find a way to take your children and go there. One of our company counts himself the leader of one of those bastion sex hunters. And they will show you absolutely no grace and no mercy. You personally, you're probably fine. Your children, none whatsoever. at any time.
I'm glad to know the specifics. I had no doubt that there would be perhaps very powerful factions would stand in the way of this. Hmm. You have given me a great deal to consider.
It's information that you didn't have and you need to have. I hope, and Amber will look back at Revan, that there is a path out of the shadow of darkness for you, like your father hopes. I do not pretend to understand. I can understand that change is possible as long as choice is possible. And therein lies the potential for salvation. But the willingness to grant that opportunity, there are many who will not grant it.
The angel nods kindly in consideration, having had a very long time to consider all this information. Revan, however, has been, well, moderately intelligent in his starved state. Probably spent a lot of that time about thinking about drinking someone dry. So this is a lot of news for him. And you can see he's like considering everything. He says, um, what do we do? Of course, the world, it makes sense. The world will hate us for what we are, but I have no intention of using these powers that I possess for simply just to re-emerge into society. It is foolishness to do so. And as you said, Father, the words of I don't remember who told you it, but we cannot. We must stick together. We must face the hunger together, and we must find a way to redeem what we are, though impossible as it is. We are damned creatures. Can we not achieve some measure of acceptance through deed, perhaps? You've spoken of this evil that prevails your land. Can we not help? Can we not fight? Can we not, when the time comes, if this is what your Raven Queen detests, can we not die in battle?
That is a distinct option and a choice. What I can tell you is, in addition to the forces that belong to the Raven Queen, that there are others, some of whom serve, and Ember will gesture back behind him towards Yvaine's room. And they are alive, well, and active, including one who is not dissimilar to yourself. And should they learn that I don't know what the right word is, I'm going to say coven, they will do everything that they can do to corrupt and mislead you. So the perils that you face are multifold. If you stick with your father, that is your best hope for a path of redemption. But is it possible? Will the gods allow it? It's beyond my ken. But where there is choice, there is hope.
There must be gods who would approve. There must be gods who the gods must disagree. There must be some who might find value in valor or redemption or
Oh,
something.
there are. There is Cord, who finds value in redemption and strength and valor. There is Sarenrai. There is Ayun. Uh, who took that which was twisted and brought it closer to the light, that which you were guarding over. There is a cult of Ayun that harbors knowledge. You have ancient knowledge and memory from a time before. That may be the viable path.
Perhaps. This Raven Queen despises immortality, it sounds like. And I have too much inside me that burns to do something. And I have a feeling my siblings will feel the same. You look to his father, who's been looking at Revan with a certain level of surprise at his willingness to entertain the idea of sacrifice and his sort of fire and all of this. And he looks to him and says, "Father, you are Planetar. You are a warrior angel. You are no librarian. And we are vampire. We are fast and we are strong. And if this god of death wants us dead, then let us face it. Let us fight." Oh, and as he says that, Ember, something inside you, not the divine side of you, Fire Genasi side of you, might feel a little, almost like it's impossible to describe with words, but almost like you could kind of feel the spark inside of him. Like maybe when you gave him your blood, you didn't just give him blood. Maybe you gave him a little part of yourself, and you've struggled with rage and fire and anger and injustice and all of these things, and maybe it's sort of in him too a little bit, at least in this moment. And the angels was just very surprised at Revan. Said, we will certainly need to take time to consider, but these are all good points that need consideration. And Revan will look back to you, Ember, and says, "You gave me the blood. And if we are deemed acceptable to try and earn some kind of redemption, I have no doubt you will be remembered by all of my kin for being the first to have given blood. What do you say? What do you say we do? Pack of vampires hated by the world, but want to do something good."
I think that you should choose.
And if I have to choose, I say this group of, say you have a companion who hunts vampires, monster hunters. They sound like assholes. Their point is good, but something inside me just. Anyway,
You aren't wrong. My opinion of them varies widely.
and
However, I can say that despite their zealotry, their overarching goal is for the safety of those who are born, live, and die, so that they might pass on through the halls of the Raven Queen and on to wherever it is that they need to go, which is part of the mortal cycle.
And I say let them conduct their good works. Let them be admirable, and if they can't see an ally in front of them, then damn them. And if we are to prove to this Raven God that we are acceptable, then let us look death in the eye in battle. And isn't it the point of any mortal to stare death in the eye and say, not today anyway? We will face death, and we will find it. But let us do some good before that happens.
And that is ultimately the choice. And it is in that choice that redemption and salvation exists. Or so I most fervently believe.
And the path is made somewhat clear. There's much I don't know, but
And if it helps you any, and Ember will reach out and produce flame, I have a great deal of anger at my beck and call. I have struggled with towering volumes of anger, some of which has been directed at the Raven Queen herself. It is important to understand that the choice of, and he'll close his fist and stuff the fire out. The choice of when to act and when not to act, and in what manner to give in to rage or to protect those who can't. That is where the choice is. Rage fuels nothing but your own ego. And it is a lesson that I am still learning and will continue to learn every day that I'm alive. You have an immense amount of power, as do all of your brothers. You will face that exact same challenge with every choice. You won't make all good ones. No one who has to make choices do. But that's where the fellowship of your father and brothers will aid you. Much like these people and their fellowship aid me. It's a lot to think on.
I will pour this rage on man, and they will burn. On evil men,
on those men that we were. And I'll leave someone else to make the fine choices. I will be in the library. I have some ideas. Death can try and take us. We'll give her every opportunity. And I get a sense she will find it difficult. And he will smirk at that, kind of give the little respectful lowering of the head to you, and he'll turn and kind of march in the direction of the library. And the angel will be like, um,
You are going to have your hands full.
I am gathering that, yes. But I will say this. The gods sent you here, Ember Van Zyl. I have known in my heart for a long time that it is vampires' nature of vanity and cruelty. I don't see that in him. I do see the anger. My thoughts immediately turned to finding perhaps another amongst the vampires who is perhaps a bit more of a cooler head to balance the fury. But what's more important is the use of your blood has inspired. Perhaps it must be necessary that these ones drank from the cup lined with gold. If you take my meaning. Thank you, Ember.
You are welcome. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, Ember will minor illusion the map of Wildmount where we know on the eastern, I don't know if it switches from eastern to western, on the rightmost side of the map,
Got it.
where it's not particularly well labeled.
Yeah.
She is here somewhere.
He. Oh,
He,
yes,
the other angel.
Oh, make no mistake. I have every intention of seeking this individual out. I believe Yvaine may have spoke of this individual, if I'm not mistaken.
Likely as not, Yvaine has actually spoken with her.
I see. I have every intention of meeting this individual. I'm sure there is much for us to share. I cannot express the deepness of my gratitude at the optimism and chance that your group is giving my sons. It must be
I
carefully balanced, but I thank you
I
nonetheless.
pray that we both do not exist long enough to regret it. May
I don't,
our
but I
hopes
will.
be fulfilled and change.
Hmm. Very well. And he'll kind of walk past you. He'll kind of like put a hand on your shoulder, kind of let it linger there for a minute as he walks by. That is a small gesture, but carries a lot of weight and a lot of gratitude from him. Very, very meaningful. You can feel the impact of it, and at least as much as he intends for it to have. Um, Excellent. Um, is there anything else? Why don't we come back into the room? While Ember's having that conversation, I'm sure maybe Yvaine wishes to speak with others, or others wish to speak with Yvaine about her experience, or by all means, if you want, or not, and maybe we do something else.
I mean, obviously, Yvaine would get to cleaning the room since Dad told her to clean her room. And she's very gently putting all, like, you can see she's dusting off as she takes care of things with great care. She's putting her scrolls away and cleaning off the archive and putting it back where it goes. And didn't actually turn out the way I was expecting.
Right
Honestly,
backstage
if I was
that one.
expecting that turnout, I would not have done that.
What were you expecting? Just a question.
Oh, the
What was
Moonweaver.
supposed to happen?
Oh, well, the last time I cast the spell, I had a question for the Moonweaver, and she answered it, and it was a very important question. You know, just go bothering the gods with bullshit.
Are we allowed to know what the question was? Is
Oh,
this
yeah,
like a
no,
is this like
I was asking her whether Exandria would be better off if the vestige was placed in your hands. Because if the Moonweaver said that it was, then I was going to take myself out of the competition.
why? Why? Why is everyone trying to get this? I thought this was for you. I thought that was the whole reason we were down here. First,
Okay,
Cedric goes
so
and
what I
asks the
need you to
angel question.
understand is that it's not about want. It's not a thing to covet. It's a tool to be used for the good of Exandria. It's not about what I want. It is about what is needed. And so if my goddess tells me to stand down or that I should, I will. Now, as it turns out, that was not the conversation that we ended up having, and inadvertently, I ended up getting the answer that I was expecting anyway, uh, just from a completely different source. Dick.
Well, for what it's worth, it may not be about what we want, but I can say I'm doing this because I was under the impression that all of us were giving it our best shot anyway. It belongs with you.
No, it belongs with whomever the angel chooses, and that person must be the one who's going to use it for the overall good of Exandria, right?
I
It's
I will respect his judgment because you respect his judgment, but I don't trust that guy. You severely question his ability to make decisions.
Kira, do you know what? One of the many things that I love about you is that even though you've completely forgotten your memories, you are still you. You are still you. Even without your memories, you, even before you would have said that 2 months ago, you would have said that in exactly the same tone of voice. I just want you to know.
I'm starting to understand how I might have gotten hooked into this whole outfit the first time around, and I'm starting to understand the kinds of things that I questioned on a daily basis before.
Yeah, no, thought I'd, nip over, speak to my goddess, get her perspective. This honestly seemed like the sort of thing where divine guidance was an excellent idea. I did not realize we prayed. We all well, all right. So Alistair prayed, and he's like, a priest. I'm just, priest
What's
by
going
name and
on
such. And
between him and Ember? Is that something that left with the memories, or is that a new thing? Because it's a
hmm,
thing.
what?
Alistair and Ember. It's a thing.
Oh, um, yeah. There's some history there. I feel like there was a moment of tense emotional interbulation that never really got worked out the way it perhaps should have. And maybe Ember took to heart something Alistair said about his uh, orders, standard operating procedure. You maybe didn't sit well with him, which I do. Look, I understand. I get it. Different strokes for different folks. Um, but yeah, so it's like a sort of a philosophical uh, difference.
Every one of us has got our things. Okay.
Cedric will
Look at
very
Harrison
meekly
for
sort
a
of
second.
Go ahead, Cedric.
walk over and say to Hero, your uncertainty is something I think that recommends you for this. And he'll turn to Yvaine and hand over Henry and say, I don't know exactly what you just went through, but I find him very calming.
Henry's a lizard, right?
Yeah, he's a gecko.
Cool.
She's immediately enchanted. And they proceed just to have the greatest conversation. You gave a druid a friend. So, yeah, no, we're good. She's fine.
And,
Lost Yvaine. We're gonna have to tell the angel we lost Yvaine. To a lizard.
and I'll walk off.
It's all part of Cedric's plan. Mobilize Yvaine. Qiro gets the relic. Henry goes, Yvaine, have you ever thought about car insurance?
Aw,
Oh, never mind. That's back to what I was doing. Magnificent. Um, okay. Okay. How many are there of you? There are 5. Got it. Excellent. Final trial time, baby. Um, the angel will eventually sort of, or actually, yeah, the angel will come and find you guys and say, um, Yvaine, Qiro, seems by the power of abstaining, you two are the last remaining. And I have, I think, found something fitting for the both of you. Separately, though. Who would like to go first?
if Kiro, if you don't mind, I'm going to heal myself up a bit. She's still bloody.
Yeah,
If you don't mind going first, and I'll just because I don't know what it, and I'm not looking for clues. I was just feel like I would like to go at more than half health.
I feel more than confident going first. Sure.
Thank
fair
you.
enough.
And
We will
Yvaine's gonna
go.
heal herself.
Says, I assure you, I will not, we will not proceed until whoever is ready to do so. So yes, yeah, absolutely. Please take some rest. Kira, let us begin. He is going to take you for trial number 3, final trial time. He is going to take you to a room. Actually, he's going to take you to a room you've been in before, a room that he has to unlock. It is the room that everybody kind of first got into, and there was like, why are there all these mirrors? What is this? What are these 2 chairs? What are all these locks? So he brings you into this room, and he's going to have you sit in this chair, one where most of the mirrors are sort of positioned at you. He's gonna say, you're screaming completely silently. Is everything okay?
It's just, if I'm being honest, the last time we found this room, we didn't draw the best conclusions about what went on in here.
Ah, that is very wise, actually. This room it belonged to the original ruler of this castle. He was, he was an evil man. Man wouldn't even be the right word to describe him. So, not poor instincts. But I assure you, you are safe in here. Please sit. I'll have you sit. All of the mirrors are pointed at you. Kiro, I want to ask you something. And this can be from the full extent of your life, not just the one, not just the parts you remembered. Um, this is an interesting question. I want you to name a moment in your life where ignorance spared you danger or pain. Where information was kept from you, or you never found out about it, or whether it was your fault or not, just a point where you were ignorant to something, you didn't have information, you didn't know something, and it spared you from being harmed or hurt in any way. Maybe something, maybe your mom didn't take you along for something.
I was gonna say, I think it would be more, I guess her, no, I guess it would be your mom. Her mom would have gone off for any number of different quests on land for treasure or whatever, and Qiro would have fought to be on any one of those parties. Knowing her, she probably wouldn't fully understand the danger that went along with going to find the kind of treasure that her mom was going after. I think she would just see it as the very little kid, like, you didn't get to go, and so she would think about everything that she missed out on. And so I think the first time that not everyone makes it back from one of those ventures, and the feeling of knowing, like, the feeling of being confronted for the first time with, this isn't a game, this is real life, and it sounds cool to you, but it's people's livelihoods, but also people die doing this every day.
Understood. You ready? I know what we're doing.
No, let's do it.
A memory is revealed to you. A memory from your past, and a memory you held on to with great guilt and with great darkness, and a memory that shaped you. You see the face of your brother. The last time you ever saw him alive. And he says, "No, not this one. Look, I appreciate the help. I'm just going to take this one. It's nothing to do with you. It's a quick run. I know Dad needs your help. It's going to be fine. It's a simple run. You're needed here. Catch you later. See you later." He kind of pats your shoulder, and you watch him go up the gangplank. And you did not know that the storm would turn, ships would emerge from the dark that were not there before. And though this had nothing to do with piracy, the ship that he was on had committed it. If you had been there, things might have changed. You could have saved him. You maybe see this idea of a last moment where maybe he was struck down and you could have been there to cast your blade in between the blow, or maybe you were always a better swimmer. Maybe you could have kept him from drowning or wherever his body was and in consciousness. Whatever it is, you don't know that part. But you didn't know how harsh the storm would be and how deadly the raiders would come. And he died. Because you didn't know. You find your cheeks burning. You kind of realize that they're wet with tears. As you recall this memory, how could you have forgotten? This memory that shaped you, this memory of your brother. I don't remember much. You just remember the feeling like you failed him. And the angel will say, "Could not know to save him. You could not. You could have died too. Maybe there's comfort in that. Comfort of knowing you could have done something, or maybe the comfort of. But the unknowing is painful. Would you tear away the comfort of unknowing, even if it broke your heart anew? Would you wish to know if you could have saved him, or knew that the danger would have been great, even if you couldn't change the results?
What's it cost?
You don't know. What if you knew? What if you had the vestige? What if you had prophetic sight and you knew that that storm would be dangerous? You didn't know if you could save him. You knew the storm would be dangerous.
How could I not try?
So you would accept the knowledge. You would accept it, the truth. Or would you prefer to have not known, let things play out the way they were meant to?
I have to know. I have to know. I have to know.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah,
If you wish to know, then look into the mirror, and it will tell you the truth. This part isn't illusion. This is my power. You will see the truth if you look into the mirror.
So look.
You look into the mirror, and you see what you already knew from what you were told afterwards, that the storm was mighty, and nobody really knew exactly how he died or what actually happened to him. They just knew that the ship was wrecked and that he's gone. But you see a different future, or a different past, I should say, where you said, no, it's going to be dangerous. I'll come with you. Just know it. And you go with him. I want you to roll me. You knew the ships were coming, and you knew the storm would be bad, though your brother didn't believe it. I want you to roll with advantage. Insight. Because you would know it's coming. And this is about having the wisdom to know when to act and what to have done.
Well, the exact same thing. 22.
You look into the mirror and know that this is the truth. Is that your brother was more like your mother, in that she knew that there might be danger, and she'd face it in the moment, and sort of this kind of adventure as it comes, deal with it as it comes, laugh in the face of danger. Whereas you're more like your father, where you worry. You worry a lot. And you know in your heart when things are dangerous, and it's not your brother and your mother are fearless. You are courageous in that you feel fear and know danger and face it anyway. Perhaps there's something to be said with that because as you look into this mirror, you're on the lookout, pull the ship into the right course to kind of take the waves before they get to their full height. And the ship isn't battered nearly as intensely when the raiding ships come, when the Clovis Concord ships come to sort of fight this pirate ship. And with a combination of your caution and your brother's daring, you sail into the storm and use the waves to your advantage. And you escape. Because you went, your brother lived. Because you were there. And you take you take 30 points of damage as your heart breaks, as you know you could have saved your brother. You could be alive. But you are also going to gain inspiration, and you're also going to gain a permanent +1 to insight. Or excuse me, a permanent +1 to wisdom. As you look into the future, and it looks back at you, and you face pain, and you face truth. And I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, I got to imagine Kiro's a crime, maybe.
Oh, absolutely
No.
breaks.
I
Like
think
the memory probably finishes and she kind of stares at it for a second, shell shocked, and after her head drops, she's gone.
I think the angel just quietly just leaves. Not in disappointment, not in anger, nothing like that. You think it's just space. And he leaves you there to face that. You asked for truth, received it. That was cool, Qiro. I like that scene for you. We'll say an hour's passed, Yvaine. You're rested. The angel will find you, Yvaine. And you don't get the sense as an individual of lies and deceit. You see on his face that whatever happened in the last trial, it left an impression on him, and you see that sort of sadness in the eyes. And he looks up at you and he says, well, what do you think? No time like the present?
In the present, would you like to take a moment if something is resonating with you?
Oh, thank you. I'm okay. Life is full of darkness and trials. It doesn't do to let it take you. At least not for me.
She should should we send a friend into her so she's not alone?
I think she might need a moment of her own. It's difficult always to gauge what someone might need without words, but I think what she experienced is for her to face, for her to deal with. She's strong.
And she's going to do something that she hasn't done the entire time in Shade Barrow. She's going to pull Happy out.
Okay. He's a like he's got like superhuman abilities, right? Like mentally everything. He's genuinely shocked. He pulled up this fucking horned hamster rabbit. Like, well,
Happy, my love. I know you that you weren't really excited about coming to Shade Barrow, so I thought that you'd frolic with Red a bit, I know. But look, here's an angel, right? And that's very cool. Anyway, Kira's just had a moment. Could you just hop on in there and, be cute? Maybe offer her a pastry if you happen to have one. Just so she's not totally alone. And Yvaine will hand, hand him the. You have to leave her a bite, though. Just take the second one. And hands him two pastries.
he'll just penguin hop down the hall. He just,
I know I shouldn't indulge him, but I just can't help myself. He's just. I mean, look at him. He's just so happy.
uh yes, of course. Um, is that a gecko?
Oh, no, no, no. That is an almirage. They're from the
Oh no, I know
Feywild.
that was an El Mirage, but
Oh,
that, and he points to your shoulder where Henry is.
oh, it's Henry. Yes, he's a gecko.
Delightful.
But
Uh,
Henry, I'm about to be tested. Why don't you stay with Angel? And I'll.
just like sticks his tongue out at you. Yeah, you hand him
I
to the
can't
angel.
even lick his eyeballs.
Yeah. What? That's amazing. Um, there you go. And it's tight, like, he's just a little guy on the fucking 10-foot tall warrior angel. And he just kind of, well, not, well, all right then. But
Let's
now for
test
something
him.
completely different. Cool. And he is going to take you to your final trial. But it is that time, so let's take a break and we will conclude with Yvaine. And maybe get that. All right, Yvaine, you walk with the angel. He says to you, before we complete the last trial, I was curious if you wouldn't mind my asking. I understand why you did what you did on the last trial. And as I said before, there is no fault in restraint in the slightest. I was wondering if you could tell me of it again. I wish to truly understand you.
All right. First of all, after further thought, I may have overthought it and not truly understood the point of the test, and so uh, behaved reactively, which for me is fuck you, make me. I'm sorry. I know, Angel. I'm so sorry, but that's sort of where I go to. And when I am manipulating, because I do, I have a thing I can do. It's just little, but it's enough. But it's not handled capriciously. It's to a purpose. And so this Raven Queen, um, I've actually spoken to her. My first understanding of the weave comes directly from her. Ah, and it was given to me that it was a thing to be handled with care and not capriciously. And so, and I'm so sorry, but it did seem sort of like the test was whether or not I would do it just for the whim of it. as opposed to you trying to measure my discernment. So, apologies for misunderstanding.
No,
But
no
as to my
apologies necessary.
point, but as to my point of it, if you give me a task, if there's a reason, I can move through something certainly. And if you're looking for someone to point and shoot like Zarvolger's your man, his instinct is it's preternatural. Like he's not he chooses quickly, but he chooses correctly. Almost without fail. I'm going to look at the whole ecosystem. I'm going to look at it for a while. I am less inclined to do big things quickly, which doesn't say that I won't. I don't like being pushed around, especially not in matters that are important. And if you want to do the second trial again, yeah, I'll.
No, first, no apologies are necessary. And secondly, I hope you know that none of these trials I have created are presented to me with the intent of making someone look or feel foolish. It's not what I am attempting. So I'm sorry if that is what you felt I was trying to do.
Oh no, I overthink things sometimes.
And that is not necessarily a bad thing, especially when it comes to the realm presented. You speak of your friend Zarvolg and his instinct and accuracy and his ability to make the right decision on instinct. It is a very important talent for a warrior to possess. I'm not looking for a warrior or a sharpshooter. I'm looking for, well, I'm not looking for the paladin. I'm looking for the cleric, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So if I may, I would redirect the question to you. If you wish to retake the second trial, I'm certainly okay with that, and then we can follow up with the last one immediately after, or we can simply proceed to the third. But I make no foul judgment either way. I hope you know.
Yeah, well, you can do the second test.
Very. Then let's proceed. And if it's any matter to you, trial though it may be, I think you will enjoy the last one. There's nothing more clear. He will take you. Honestly, into a side room. There's no need to go all the way back to the main court for that presentation. And as you step inside, his power will once again create this sort of almost dark, limitless space that is lit only by these strings, these long strings of gold that, as they ascend, they wrap around one another and touch another, and very much like the Greek mythology, the weave of fates. All of the strings all wound together, fates combined one to the next in ways you might not expect, and impossible to possibly truly understand and interpret it all at once, even for the most wisest and intensely powerful of minds, even for they. But as you pass each string, you see people you know, people you do not. You see friends facing heartbreak, enemies facing defeats. Um, you see the time on the wall where the Qiro and I believe it was Qiro and Drycerin confronted. I think there was a third. I can't remember who it was though. I think it was Beverly. Confronted the vampire assassin that almost killed Finch, and really saved Finch. The vampire got away. You see the scattering war being created by Drassig's expert use of politics, manipulating with the nobles. You see the calamity unfurl by the arrogance of mages. You see many wars. You see many trials and pains and sufferings and goods and evils. You see them all. and you have the power to pluck a string and change something that happened in history. Maybe small, maybe big. The choice is yours. And the angel will say, you once again are faced with choice, limitless choices, and the infinite power of foresight. Cannot know how the strings might be plucked and affect the other ones around them. You can also walk away, as you did before. It would not be a wrong answer, and there are no wrong answers. So make
No,
a
now
choice.
it's choosing between two.
And where once there was uncertainty, it seems absolute certainty now that you've had time to think about it.
Yeah. So, I'm just gonna pull out a coin. Heads, Page
Okay.
Elf. Tails, Juriel. She'll toss it in the air. Call it.
Heads or evens.
Evens, yeah. Evens. Page Elf.
So what string? So what string do you pluck?
She's going to go find Joe Montage. I hate that guy. Page Elf.
German touch. Okay, you go find a German touch. Dude, the fucking spite towards this guy is hilarious. All right,
And
you
here's
go
here's the
find. Yeah.
string. Instead of going to the League of Miracles, he instead goes to Allura Vysoren.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. Like his original affiliation, essentially.
Yeah, so instead of leaving us down there and selling out all of Iman to the League of Miracles, which is what he freaking did, instead he's going to go to
Allegedly.
he's going to be a good little boy and he's going to go to Allura Vysoren to play
All
nicely.
right. Okay. You, Jorman Tosh, appears. Because he escaped. Solar, because shit got fucked, in fairness. And as he's standing on the street, you see him begin to walk down a road. And that's when you pluck the string. And he stops with a look of like contemplation where maybe you push fate in a direction where he has a change of heart. And he turns around and looks back up at the big castle and he goes, what am I doing? And he will walk towards it. We'll go to Allura Vysoren. We'll tell what has happened. Um, and uh, you see there's a bit of a scramble in the castle to try and find a way to get to you guys, to help you guys, but be the lair being what it is, they're not able to actually lend you any help, though you didn't need it. You ended up saving the day. But that's not really the important part. When you get back, you see Jorman Tosh is nervous. They're looking over his shoulder a little bit. And what you see is the coin mistress is very happy to gain a very, very large sum of money. And what happens, I'm gonna get real creative here. You see, first and foremost, Jorman Tosh is sorry, I gotta go back a little bit here and think about what would actually happen. 'Cause it's a good one. Um,
In theory, um, that would affect the ability for Iman to pay off the League of Miracles.
yeah, that much absolutely happens. The coin mistress is able to sell the crystals, and a very decent sum of gold is put into the coffers of Amon that they are used to um, pay off the League of Miracles. they're in substantial debt. Even a single mine isn't going to do the whole job. But it definitely takes a chunk out and gives some significant breathing room. And the good consequences, uh, first off, talking about bringing down the wall, it it changes from bringing down the wall and that's that to bringing down the wall and building a new one that is bigger and longer and can support a much, much larger population, or simply building a second one. Um, you know, maybe we can move on from that. However, the politics come about less about just destroying the wall flat out and then building another one with the money that they have now. There is definitely some negative impact. Fuck it. Jormund Tosh is killed. Someone finds that he is murdered in his room. Uh, he is, in fact, his home burns down. And there is some speculation that it wasn't a natural fire. A lot of speculation that Jormund Tosh was working on something dangerous and maybe blew himself up. But there is definitely a lot of suspicion around his death. The second thing is that there was some retaliation in the form, or not retaliation so much as that the people of the Council of Amon finds that strangely enough, there's a lot of like problems popping up around the city, very expensive problems around the city that the government's asked to sort of pay up for. Maybe there is an extra incident where the lava sharks kind of pop up in the street for a second time that year, or an important government building kind of catches fire and burns down, and there needs to be a payment. And you see a lot of pressures, financial pressures put on the city. It kind of sparks up from who knows where. And it causes a lot of problems for the common folk who get caught in the crossfire. Maybe some people even die because of it. And the angel will turn to you and say, "It is the price we pay for knowing the future. You can change things, but there's always a cost. And if I may say, the choice that you made, though I will never say that every mortal life is invaluable, a lot of good came of what you did, even though lives paid the price for it. And that is the power of divination and choice, as I'm sure you understand."
Yeah. It's not as gentle as it seems like it would be. In fact, sometimes it's awfully hard on the heart.
Hmm. For every action, a reaction. For every good, there is an evil. For every angel, a demon. But you did well, I think. May I ask, the change you made, is it because you dislike this Jordan Tosh and what he did?
It's not because I act. It had less to do with him as a person as opposed to the decision. And again, this gets into politics, but the League of Miracles are very, very good at building things, and Imon was desperate to have things built after a conclave of dragons pretty much leveled the city, yeah? So these mercenary mages came in and built it up extraordinarily quickly, which is lovely, yeah? Except now Tal'Dorei owes an enormous amount of money to the League of Miracles. And honestly, some of their dealings that I'm getting the edges of are shaped like they're showing up in places that they don't really belong. And it just sort of makes my spidey senses tingle. And so I'd worked out that he'd given the information to the League of Miracles, and that gave them Not only did it give them more money, but it prevented Iman from paying the debts. With that money, Iman would have been able to pay enormous debts and have freedom from the League of Miracles when they seem to be trying to use their debts to control the corruption or to corrupt the governments. That was why.
You had the power to attempt to prevent the calamity and the arrogance of the mages of the Age of Arcanum, the scattering wars and genocides, but you knew there may be far-reaching consequences and picked something maybe more localized that you understood.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, what do you say we take this last trial? Get it over with.
Let's go.
As you walk out of the room, it doesn't exactly fade. You kind of take a last look into the room and see all the endless strings, the immense power of foresight that it represents, and you walk away. And he takes you not to some magical room or some super special this or that. He takes you to the library. And in this library that it was decided that maybe we shouldn't go into, so that Ember does not burn it down. And he is going to take you deep inside of it as you go through all of these like old esoteric books of time gone by, and he takes you to this one shelf, and the bookshelf is made of bone. People's bones, or maybe not people's, but some strange creature's bones that you can't put together all together, and maybe multiple, you don't know. And there are books on the
Do you
shelf.
recycle?
I assure you I did not create this bookshelf. I am more of a I
Seems
did
like
not
you
make
enjoy
this.
pastels, really, but
I I have I will stick by simply saying I am not the owner nor the creator of most of everything inside of here, but thank you. And you look at these books, and they are old books, thick tomes, and they're covered in dust, spider webs. It's an old book shelf. And he says, "This is a bookshelf that I have added in me, admittedly, a few volumes. But by and large, I have gone through the library, and I have taken what books I consider to be the most dangerous to put them on this shelf." He's going to point to just one line that's about at your eye level, and on that shelf there are 10 books with different titles. He says, "So as not perhaps to upset your friend Ember, especially after the kindnesses he's done, I intend to perhaps limit this trial's what it could be. But nonetheless, it is a necessary trial. And so from this particular shelf, on this bookshelf, I would ask you to do one of two things. Look through the names of the volumes, decide upon a book that you wish to look through, and read its forbidden truth. For a mortal mind, what lies in these books comes at a cost. It comes with knowledge and secrets that will undoubtedly be powerful, personally or knowledgeably. But the mortal mind can only take so much. So be aware that opening any one of these books will have a toll, will have a cost, a very real one. You can walk away, but you can also choose."
no, I'll choose. What are the names on the books?
You go through. The first book is called The Corpse of Ayun. The second book is The True Shape of the Abyss. The fourth book The broken law of resurrection. The fourth book is the secret of the betrayer's chains. The fifth book is the hidden name of mortality. The sixth is the eye's own lie. The seventh is the geometry of the soul. The eighth is called the moment before creation. The ninth says the doom of the plains. And the last one is the origin of mortality's magic. It is one of these 10 volumes you may speak, or you may open and read from. Pay a price, but gain in power and knowledge.
The geometry of the soul. The moment before creation. And the...
I can review them quickly if you want.
I think I've got it narrowed down to let's see, geometry of the soul, moment before creation. What was the origin of
the origin of
one of the last
mortality's
ones?
magic.
The moment before creation.
All right, you put the other books back. You hold open the front page of this one book, as such old books do not carry titles on their spines. It's on the front page, and you put your hand on page number 2 and prepare to open it. Are you sure it is the moment before creation you would wish to read? That you would pay for?
Yes.
You open the first page of the book, and to read these pages is not to read any other book you have ever read. Your mind sort of drifts, losing track of time. It is like you have been standing in an instant. It is like you have been maybe not an instant, maybe a couple of seconds. Those seconds bleed into minutes, which bleed into hours. Wherefore, the seconds you stand in this room are the hours you spent here. And you spend maybe 30 seconds standing here reading this book, but it feels like 30 hours at the exact same time, as all of this knowledge is condensed over the long reading into the tenth of a moment, maybe less, and poured into your mind as you comprehend and glimpse what existed before the gods spoke the very first words. And you see reality itself is a lie written over something far older. A still living consciousness that dreams existence into reality. The gods are not the most powerful thing in this universe, and reality is only the architecture of their dreams. Underneath it, there is something greater, something powerful, something that is the very beast of creation. The gods are children to something. And for that, you are going to gain some stuff. You are going to gain resistance to force damage permanently. As the very fabric, the chaos stuff of the universe can touch you less, as you understand its very inception. Additionally, unreality cannot fully touch you. That is, we'll see what that means as the game progresses. But essentially, those benefits may be within the lines of a god can't snap their fingers and unmake you by their will alone. Or the wish spell can't just say, I wish Yvaine was never born. There is limits to this power. It is not a full immunity to such things, but let's just say it makes you being touched by unreality a little less possible. But with this, you have gained a little bit of madness, and that madness will linger. Occasionally, very occasionally, you're going to find going forward, you glimpse the true sky. You will note this when you get back to Exandria and we can play in this. But when you look up at the sky, occasionally you're going to look past the stars and the black, and you are going to see what the black between the stars truly is. Infinite, unending, and maybe, just maybe, the black at the point of the eye of creation itself. Not infinity per se, but also infinity at the same time. Just the eye of it. Always watching. Dreaming reality. And during a long rest, under such an open sky, there may be consequences to being able to comprehend what it is the night sky actually is. A comprehension that you may not wish to pass on to your allies for their own mentality, for their own mental strength. Essentially, if you sleep under the open sky, you must make a DC 15 wisdom saving throw or become frightened for the rest of the night, or until the sun rises. And with that, you hear the thump of the book closing in your hands unconsciously. What's the best response? We all good? Says the angel. I know.
I caught a glimpse of the astral sea, and in the astral sea float dead gods, which you can reel, like the mind reels at the thought that a god can die, right? Because gods are immortal and they don't die, but clearly they must. I don't know if it's old age, if people forget them, but the idea that there is something bigger and more primordial is unsettling, and it sounds like I'm like being quippy, but the truth is I don't have language to describe the feeling. Like, I'm not trying to make less of it. I don't, it's,
You. It is meant to be a lot.
hmm.
And I think you understand the purpose of this trial. It is not just about the sacrifice, but also about what you do with what you learn, and that there is some knowledge that isn't suited for all.
No, most definitely not. Thought reading Baphomet's book at the library was bad.
And he will put a hand on your shoulder, and he is going to say, he'll put a hand on your shoulder, and he's going to say, "You've passed it all. You've looked deep, deep into the dark. And make no mistake, in these trials, you have glimpsed the prison of Thurston. You have seen much, You've been given sight. You have been given possibility to change. And you have been given knowledge that corrupts. You have seen what the god of entropy means for all mankind. And it is through Ion's own power he may very well achieve it. But you have looked into the abyss. And you've come out alive. I chose you to take these trials because you are ambitious, because you seek to grow beyond what you are to become something more, to seek transcendence, to control, but also I wanted you to understand consequence. And I now know you do. Let us go see if Qiro's doing better. That's us all walking down there.
I cannot
Qiro,
guarantee that Happy shares, even though he was talking to.
yeah, Happy. You guys get to Kiro's room and you see Happy, like maybe in the next. So, like, you're walking down a corridor and there's like a hallway, a hallway, a hallway. Kiro's in this hallway. In the middle hallway, you see about halfway down, you see Happy on his back with his paws on his big belly and his foot resting on the last bite of the pastry. And he like
I
looks
take
up
the
with a
pace.
little with some food on his face. And he hops over to you and very pleased with himself, shows you the last bite that he didn't eat.
Well, go offer it to Kiro. You were supposed to comfort her, you silly bunny.
The Happy like looks up and down each hallway and looks like kind of sad, like he's lost.
Oh dear. We'll follow the angel. I'll pick him up.
All right, fantastic. And you make it down the next hallway. Kiro, let's pump back to you. Do you do you leave? Do you stay there? What's the deal there?
He definitely does not leave the room. Depending on how long Yvaine's trial took, she spends the better part of probably like a half an hour to 45 minutes just sobbing.
Hmm.
And then at some point there are attempts to kind of fake it being okay, and then depending on how long things take, that's where you find her. Like, that's the state that you find her in. She's failing miserably, but she's convinced herself that she's okay.
Damn. And that's the best you could do. At the end of the day, that's the best you could do.
We're still in a dungeon. We still got to get out of here. The
Yeah,
world's still
absolutely.
ending.
Absolutely. So you guys show up and uh the angel's just gonna kind of walk through over to you, Kiro, as you've kind of gotten up like, I'm okay, everything's great. And the angel's actually gonna look down at you. And he's going to be smiling at you broadly, despite the sadness behind his eyes directed at you. And you do see a single liquid gold tear form the corner of his eye and kind of begin to trail down. And he doesn't make an attempt to hide it. He looks down at you and smile. And he is going to say, you see with your heart and not your eyes. And that is a rare and important thing. I hope you will always treasure that, even if it hurts.
Try my best to.
He's going to look at the two of you, and he's going to smile and say, the decision is difficult. There was
If
one
I'm
final.
Go
Please.
ahead.
I was going to say, there is one final trial that is not mine, but it is one presented by the vestige itself. It is a it is a difficult thing, but it is something that must be done in order to properly utilize the power of the vestige. This is not a trial I set, it is a trial it sets. And I know that if I were to put this vestige in either of your hands, it would be in the right place. Please. It's time I think we saw this thing. If you're ready to understand fully what it costs. At least at first. Okay. You're muted. Everyone's talking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, let's go with our new partner.
And he will take you. You might recall a session or two ago, probably two, there was a door that you came across where it seemed almost like physical dark matter was coming under the door, making it airtight. This door that you guys elected to pass by. He comes to the door and he opens it. Let's go find the spooky door in the palace wherever I left it. Yep, here we are. You enter in to the darkest room of all. And it is the room coated with what looks to be like the room itself is filled with what can only be described as walls and columns of undead skin, of decay, of darkness and evil. Like the very epitome, the center of Orcus's power in this place stems from this place, like a an unbeating blackened heart. And upon the center of it, this altar of stone. It does have that influence sort of creeping up the side, like it's trying to reach for something, but it can't quite. And in the center, radiating a very, very faint own light, you see this beautiful circlet. It is silver, circular, and you're able to recognize the symbols that coat along the side and like almost like a golden brass. And they're only just in small lines, filigree, if you will, uh, the symbols of all of the gods, Betrayer and Prime. And in the center is a single sapphire. Beautiful, beautiful sapphire. Not carved by any mortal hand in any sort of mortal, sort of marquee, sort of flat face designs, nothing like that. Gorgeously carved in the hands by what you can only imagine, the hands of Idun herself. Beautiful. Almost like a third eye meant to represent. The angel walks in the room. Says, so it's here. Lord Bella. Powerful it is, but it exacts a toll. In order to see the world beyond, the man's crude will sacrifice an eye that you see the physical world with. Like the entire power of this thing. It has good in it, the knowledge of Ayun, but also the entropic taking and cruelty of Thayer's doom. In order to see, you must blind yourself in part. Like I said, a trial that I do not create, but a cruelty left behind by the dark god who once controlled it. To see the world beyond, you must blind yourself half to the world in front of you. It is a permanent tithe. So long as the vestige is yours, no magic may refill the eye taken. I would bid you take time, both of you. This is something you wish to do. As I've said, both of you have merit.
To be clear, it takes
Yes,
an eye, but not both eyes.
just the one. You will not be fully blind, but you must sacrifice one eye to knowledge.
I mean, either one of us would look great in an eye patch.
Wrong.
Right? Like, I'm not wrong.
We
It
get to
does
choose
fit a
the
certain
eye.
pirate aesthetic.
Ah!
Do we get to choose the eye?
Uh-huh. I mean, as far as I know, it doesn't demand right or left. It just demands. It specifically, when one attempts to attune to it, it demands an eye sacrificed to knowledge. It will not take the eye. You must do so yourself.
Oh, excellent. Oh, so
Yes.
um, I'm going to have to remove my eyeball
I don't
surgically.
recall much of
Oh dear.
Dune. I only know what I have seen from the text, but what I'm beginning to understand is that he's a real dick.
I get the sense that with the betrayers, it's a common through line. They don't seem like real nice people.
Understood.
No, but boy, was the one offended when I compared him to an eldritch whore. Like, he took that personal.
You taunted
Fear
a
is the root of
betrayer
all
god
evil.
to his face?
Well, not actually. I was suggesting that they would get along swimmingly. Uh, I didn't mean for it to take offense. He was more offended when I thanked him for his cooperation. At that time, I didn't know I was mouthing off to a betrayer god. I just thought it was like some jerk spirit. I mean, I will do this.
I'll be
Do you want to Rochambeau
honest.
for it?
I'll be honest. I Knowledge is important for some people to have, and there are some that can go their entire lives without learning certain things. And I'm starting to become one of those people.
Hero, I did say that either of you could possess this vestige and possess it intelligently, wisely, and it would be put to good use. But if I may, your merit, your most powerful part of you, as far as I have been able to tell in the short time I've known you, is your heart. Yvaine, your willingness to take on knowledge and all of its mysteries. Qiro, there are places to spend that heart, and if vestiges are what you seek, there are gods and their vestiges that would complement such a being of compassion. I assure
I'd
you
intended to
this.
pick up one for myself, called the Jewel of Three Prayers. I hear it's lovely. Two goddesses and a god made it.
This vestige has you written all over it, Yvaine.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. As listen, I'm glad you do now.
Oh, I was mostly certain. But the thing about a competition, and especially for something like this, is want is a hook. You have to be
May I
very
suggest
careful.
then, may I suggest then, as much as we want to spend as little time in this place as possible, maybe take the evening, take the rest. Enjoy having your eyes for a final night. Both of them. Depth
Yeah.
perception.
Yeah.
It will be here in the morning, and then we may all get out of here.
I am, I think I may have mentioned, I'm pretty quiet about it, but the monks of Ayun collect knowledge. They also stamp out corruption. I happen to be one of them. I can promise you it may take some doing, but there's a place for you and your children in Ayun's orders. Maybe not in Tal'Dorei. It, no, we mean uh, our home is in a place called Rexentrum, which is on Wildmount.
I don't know what either of these names. Wildmount is a continent, yes.
Yeah, my friend Zalakas is there. She's an angel too.
Yes, Ember. You and Ember have spoken of this is Alakas. I've I have every intention of meeting her, and I must say, um, I don't know if Ayun is the path for my children, or at least not one of them. We had a conversation with Ember earlier, and well, some of his fire seems to have gotten into Revan.
That is a best case scenario.
We shall see. He said something about I having my hands full, and I don't think
Yes,
he's
you
wrong.
do. The Claret Order, Alistair's order, breaks the rules a good bit in the name of protecting Exandria. And there's a necromancer who believes very much as you do. And he's a dear friend of ours. And uh, on the same day when I was reprimanded, his conversation with the Raven Queen was much more gentle. But I promise you, having now survived being face to face with him, nothing would irritate Orcus more than your children. He would take them as a personal, like he would take their existence as a personal insult, which honestly is good enough for me.
There is, and I have considered, some small secondary victory in the agitation it would cause him for eternity if there was an order of vampires who were purified by the blood of angels and sent to do good works for mortal kind. Speaking of vampires who wish to do good for mortal kind, I have a very funny situation coming up, or at least an ironic one.
Oh,
Cedric, what are you up to today? So many trials, so many things to do. What are you up to?
I think at this point, my role is to support these friends here.
Excellent. Well, I got two people who want to speak with you. Very different people. The first of which is let's find out who, because that might totally influence what's going on here. It's Alistair. You see the director of the Claret Order, Alistair to Javier, whatever his fucking name is. He walks up to you. He says, Cedric, good to see you. Would you wish to have a private conversation? I think me and you may be aligned in certain matters of concern to do with this place.
Sure.
He'll take you aside. So, from what I understand, you're one of the few people here who hasn't lost their minds to, well, petty mercies. How do you feel about unleashing a vampire horde on Alexandria?
I would rather see these things show these things the mercy of an end than anything else I have heard.
Then we are aligned. And by extension, my two hunters are aligned. So I say this, while the angel is blinded by his trials and his compassion to do good in all of these things, I think it would be best if we found a way to close the door behind us when we leave, if you understand my meaning. Or, well, I don't know how we make it bleed sunlight down here. I don't think that's in the cards. But we need to do something. Wouldn't you agree?
What did you have in mind?
Not sure yet. There are places in this palace the angel does not wish us to go. Doors that are locked. He has said that he'd unlock them for us if we were really curious, but I'm interested to see how far we can push that. Must be secrets in this hall that he does not want us to see. Everyone has secrets, and they're not always bright. The group has largely been indoctrinated by his charisma. If we could show them that he is not who he says he is, maybe we might be able to convince the group to find a way to leave the vampires behind. Sure, take the angel, or leave him behind for that matter. He's corrupt in his compassion. Maybe returning to Exandria might save him of this, but it's no matter. We cannot risk such danger on the people of Exandria. There must be a way to do it. We must find a way. Perhaps there's a very dramatic matter that I would not wish to consider, but if we are to leave, demon lords can be very petty. Maybe something can be worked out as a small revenge upon our escape with the master of this place altogether. These are just ideas, frameworks, but something must be done.
In that last one, did I get the sense that he's talking about some sort of collusion with Orcus?
Yep. He looks at your face and he says, Cedric, it's not something I would ask of you, but we blood hunters, we make it our business to fight fire with fire. Perrin has studied ghosts and their abilities and has claimed some of them. My more experienced hunter here, well, he has actively dealt with such forces before, demons and such, and extracted power from them through contract. It is the business of the Claret Orders to fight fire with fire, to protect humanity with the tools they're not willing to use because they're too scared. I do not make the business of dealing with such things lightly, but we are experienced in it. And as I
If
said,
there are places here you wish
effort.
to see we have not been shown.
There was that one door in guest quarters that he asked Raymain closed. I don't actually know where he rests his head. Perhaps there is a room he calls his own sanctuary. There must be other places, chambers we haven't seen. And what about that strange door we saw on the way, the elemental one, the colors and such that he insisted to go to the abyss? I don't associate the colors of light and yellow and red and whatever was coming out of there. I don't trust this angel. He has secrets. He must. And even if he doesn't, maybe there's a way to seal the door behind us in that library. I don't have all the variables. My point is, I'd ask, will you help us find out the best way to keep Exandria from this horde?
I would be lying if I didn't say I have curiosity what lies behind the two doors you name. And it is certainly true I have not I don't entirely trust the judgment of our host.
He seems wise and he seems intelligent and charismatic and all of these things, but I mean, he's an angel. He's meant to see these things. We should know for ourselves. We should make our own decisions. We know what we know. Vampires are not to be trusted. So let's at least look behind these doors and go from there, what do you say?
So I have a thought of how to do so. To
Means?
uncover what secrets may remain.
Yes,
Will you follow me?
I will.
Come.
So he does.
And I'll walk to wherever our host happens to be at the moment.
Okay. We'll say that he is on his way to show Qiro and Yvaine the Oracle Eye, and two of you kind of bump into him. And, uh, I don't know what Alistair's facial expression is, but yeah, you walk up and maybe ask for a moment. And he will tell Yvaine and Qiro to give him a moment, and you can have a private audience with him. Just,
Oh, right now is fine.
yeah, okay. So I'll tell you what then, if that's the case, just to stick with continuity, we'll say Yvaine and Qiro have just left the main chamber with the angel, with your host. The door just closed behind you, and Cedric and Alistair approach. Your host turns and says, Cedric, Alistair, good afternoon. Well,
Afternoon.
greetings. Greetings, as you said.
Yes.
What is it that I could do for the two of you?
You've asked for a great deal of trust when it comes to your children. I have made plain my concerns. Others have held them private. There has been a concern or a desire expressed to be sure that there are no secrets that you're holding back.
Host says, I understand. Is there something specific that you would like revealed? I am not tempted to withhold anything.
There are two doors. One clearly magical, the other barred, that we have not seen behind. May we?
You may. Save the magical door. Only because I myself have not ventured to the other side and do not know if there is another way back. I expected a temptation of Orcus to try and...
Do you know
If it
where it
were
leads?
to the abyss, to Orcus's realm.
Well, we'll start with the other door then.
Fair enough. Right this way. He will come to the door. And as he unlocks it, he will say, this is not a room I have come to since you've been here. It's best you just sit. And he will unlock the door. And inside, it is going to be a little bit of a strange sight. I can find it. Ah, here we are. He opens the door, and this is what you see. You see your guest room, not terribly unlike the other ones, except there are some major differences. You are going to see a sarcophagus, a very fine gilded coffin in the middle of the room. with two fine carpets on either side, and the lid's on it. Sitting next to a number of mirrors and vanities. The room is filled with mirrors, by the way. Not distastefully, not like certainly weirdly, but not like there's a mirror on everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. But you can see it for yourself. Like there's a mirror there, there's a mirror there, there's a mirror there. Like the walls are at the end of the day lined with mirrors, like one might thickly line the wall with paintings. And sitting on one of the chairs is a vampiric corpse. It's like laying there. It is in battle wrenched armor, and just lays there like dead. The eyes are gone. The skin is like it definitely looks like a corpse you might find in the bottom of a dungeon. When you open the door, the thick smell of decay hits you. You also see on the other side of the room there is a little bit of like what looks to be a stage, and you see two more vampire corpses, skeletal corpses, lay on the ground, not animated, but like seemingly dead, slightly in piles of ash, uh, very clearly were chained to the walls. It's a bit of a disturbing sight. And the room does seem like it has seen at least passage in it a little more frequently than some of the other dusted rooms. It's a little bit of a macabre sight. Angel will enter the room, and he'll look over to the corpse in the chair. And he will say, "This is the true master of the house. He was known as the Arc Lector, servant of Orcus. I don't remember all of the details specifically, but back during the calamity, I was fighting. I was fighting the Arc Lector and his vampiric warriors. I think I had mortals fighting with me, I cannot recall. The Arc Lector had failed in some way, and the whole battle was a trap. I said I did not remember how I got down here. It is true I do not remember my name, but I do at least remember the circumstances of how I got here. I was in battle, as I said, with the Arc Lector and his vampires, maybe some mortals, I don't recall if I fought alone or with some. And Orcus, as punishment to the Arc Lector, trapped him here with me. And as a punishment to whichever god I served, I think, or to me personally, I was trapped here as well, as were the other vampires. We fought. I won. And I recall, I think, a very strenuous year, as there were many vampires amongst this palace that wished to kill me. And I listened to, as the year progressed, the howls of their hunger. Eventually they all died. The bones you've seen scattered around the palace, I think they fought with me. I'm ashamed to admit I don't recall their names or their faces. So, as the vampires lost their ability to speak and their understanding of what they were doing here, they began to turn from enemy to friends, or at least enemy to those who sought some sort of form of salvation, or something through me, and I gravitated to the task, I think. But over the years, as you have pointed out, Cedric, loneliness has crept up from time to time. Strange as it is, I found myself talking to my old enemy in this room, wondering if I'll ever escape. I do not think
So the one
myself
he's
mad.
speaking of is the one in the center in the chair, yeah?
Yeah, this guy, I could zoom in on him if you want.
That's
But
right.
yeah, this guy here. And he seems to sit around the largest concentration of mirrors. But he is, make no mistake, though in dark armor, very dead, as far as you can tell.
I point at the two on the what looked like thrones
It was like a stage.
stage.
Those two. I they they had been dead. I assure you I did not put them there. I think they may have been concubines of the Archlector of such, or mortal servants turned at the last second. I genuinely do not know their fate. But they were here, and I did not put them here. The Archlector had many rooms in this palace that he called his own. I suppose he changed rooms when he got bored of one. That's what I expect. This was where our battle was. Well, this is where I put him after he was slain.
So you staged this.
No, I didn't. Staged is a very intense word. I simply put him in the chair.
What is the purpose of all these mirrors?
I don't know. The Archlector, he liked mirrors. There were many of them in here when I first. Well, when the battle had finally been won and I had finally had the ability to explore, I found that the place was filled with mirrors. Vampires cannot see their reflection. It always puzzled me, but he seemed to really enjoy them. There might have been some magical purpose, but none that I can have been able to discern. It might have just been a facet of his madness, perhaps.
Or maybe the purpose of that chair was to torture.
Ah, you mean the one on the first floor?
Or perhaps this one as well, only this one comes with an audience.
Perhaps you're right. I cannot be sure. The chains in the bedroom on the first floor, and the bed, and the. I had guessed, but I can only guess. Alistair will say, "Do you still speak to this Archlector corpse?" Not since you've all been here. And less frequently as the years have passed, I managed to teach my sons sign language. They learned to speak through their hands, and so I got to speak to them and got to know them instead of a corpse. Just strange what the mind will do to you after in the throes of darkness. Not even
At
the
any
angels
point,
are
do I
able.
feel like our host has been anything less than honest or forthcoming?
Organization.
Not good at this. 14.
14. Let's see here. 14. You believe that revealing this has made him uncomfortable. Um, but you're convinced of his words and you're convinced of his truth.
Okay, I'll turn to Alistair and say, are you interested in walking through the other door?
Am I going to trust? No. No, I do not think so.
Neither.
So,
I have no interest either.
the angel says, I sort of say that I don't have any intention of walking through that door, honestly. I do not know if there's a way back. And if it does truly lead to the abyss, I don't expect I would survive it, nor anyone would. But of course, you are all welcome to make your own choices. I will not stop you if you wish to. Is there anything else you would like to see? Is there anything else I
No.
can put to rest?
I'll just look at Alistair to see if he says anything.
He he just kind of shrugs. He says, "Um, it is good to know. There's something strangely reassuring to know that you're not as perfect as you look." He says to the angel, who kind of chuckles. And he says, "I assure you, I am far from perfect, but thank you. You can stay in here as long as you wish. I will
Oh
leave
no,
you."
I'm quite good.
Fair enough. And with that, he will close the door behind him and relock it. Yeah. And he
I
will.
think
Oh, go
if
ahead,
we
please.
could, if you, it would be great to gather everyone together.
You're more than welcome. I have. Me and Qiro and Yvaine have concluded their trials, and I expect it would be good together. So, would you wish me and possibly Revan to be a part of this, or is this for your group?
You're more than welcome.
Then I will be in attendance. Thank you for the invitation. And he will go to find his son to bring with him, and you guys can all rally up top. Um, yeah, that'll precede the second interaction I had. So you will say that the party rallies in one of the many drawing rooms, one of the many entertainment rooms of the house, and this little crowd of individuals appears. Um, yeah, you all find yourselves having come together. By all means, please speak.
I'll share with the group what we just learned. The room we saw, the nature of it, the interactions past and ongoing between our host and his former foe.
Mhm.
Oh, we got to get him out of here.
Hmm?
We've got to get him out of here. He's
Absolutely.
talking to corpses. He needs more enrichment.
The angel will chuckle. You would say, I assure you, since my sons have learned how to sign with their hands, they are very enriching individuals. But I greatly appreciate being relieved of this place once and for all.
I appreciate the goodwill and good intentions and the hope behind the plans surrounding our host's children. I don't think his judgment in this can be trusted.
Um, the angel makes no reaction. He has been his motives have been questioned before, and he has generally maintained like a fair neutrality, and he does in this moment. Revan's head, however, doesn't he just his head turns pretty pointedly in your direction.
Okay. So then let's take his judgment out of it.
Also, our Claret friends have expressed to me their deep concerns and opposition to these plans as well. I'll look directly at Alistair and say, but if you think I will betray or act behind the backs of my friends, If you think I will betray a man who earlier today saved the lives of one of my friends, you have misjudged me.
He'll stand up. Um, he'll say, "It's true. I went to Cedric. I asked him to help me see if it's possible to leave a horde of vampires behind in the abyss.
I'm a little
Sorry,
surprised that you're doing your job. I mean, I don't love it, but I'm not surprised, and I'm certainly not going to take. There's a lot on the table right now, you know.
Now, I agree with them. This is a horrible mistake, and these creatures, for the interest of everyone else, should not be let free in the world. For their interest, they should be allowed to rest. But I would not stoop to betrayal to
Revan
see
says,
my preferred outcome come to pass.
but you would stoop to deciding our execution for us.
And Revan, give us. I know you're very fiery, but give us a chance, please.
I have not
Haven't had all of this
interceded on
speak.
you giving a chance.
I I have two questions. I understand that you have a degree of genteel vehemency, Cedric. From whence does it come? Have you had previous interactions with these types of folks? And by these types of folks, I mean vampires.
With the
That
undead.
we've had encounters with the undead, most of them anywhere from mindless to semi-mindless. We've had one significant encounter with a vampire, and it was ill received. But if you have if you have a more specific history, I would love to know it. Uh,
A
that's my.
vampire is made from a person. Yes. Once it was a person,
Mhm.
and then it was a victim of a vampire. And the vampire takes the person out of their body and puts in its place another vampire.
That's going
That is
to
what
that's going to create a different question, but I will get back to that in a second.
Revan will say quickly aloud and say, "Not entirely true. If you wish to understand the actual fundamentals of it rather than witch burnings, let me tell you this. Our souls are not replaced when we become vampires. Yes, we change in many ways, including our personalities. We are ever the same person that we were, and may I remind you, we are still people."
Before you were changed, did you feed on the blood of innocent people?
Before you picked up a sword, did you ever kill somebody?
I use a stick.
Oh, excuse me. Question remains. Just stick changed.
I don't think there's
So,
an equivalency there, my friend.
well, then you are not asking the right questions.
I'm just not asking the question you want me to.
My
Go ahead,
Ask a
Yvaine.
question.
my second question, and this is for Alistair. Does not your order pride itself on fighting fire with fire? Is
We
that
do.
not your mode and method?
It is.
Why does that not apply to someone who is seeking a path to redemption, who is already standing in the fire?
Because we fight fire with fire. The very statement implies exactly it is what we do. We don't just let fire burn wherever it is and then pick it up when we want and indiscriminately decide who we slay. No, we wield what we wield against what is evil. Vampires are very much evil. We may learn how to wield radiant power. We may personally take unto ourselves strengths born of profane abilities, dangerous magics. Some consider black magics, blood magics. But we wield it. We do not trust the undead and the wretched.
Is the being inside that vampire any less capable of wielding that vampiric nature than you are to wield power drawn by contract from a fiend?
Absolutely. Vampirism is very different. They are not a one-to-one. The profane powers of what is gained through a contract is very different than the curse of the vampire. You must understand both in order to know what exactly it is you're implying. Vampirism is all corrupting, and I assure you there are no vampires
And
in my Claret order.
fiends and their power are not all corrupting. That is hubris on a scale that, frankly, I didn't think you capable of.
And yet here you are trying to defend a pack of vampires entering Tal'Dorei and Exandria. You want to talk about hubris?
I am pointing out that your methods and the path that they seek are not dissimilar.
No, they're not.
And they are not going to be without leadership. They are going to have a planetar. The sword of God. Which God, he doesn't quite remember, but obviously someone.
I'd like to just pause for a second there. You are making a ruling that the nature of our friend's birth dictates that he is ultimately good. Well, the fundamental thesis you're putting forward is that the same cannot be said of these vampires. You can't have it both ways.
The angel will say, well, respectfully, I very much encourage the theological discussion, but it is it is different, admittedly. When an angel is born, they are born of the natures of Mount Celestia, of Isgard, of the divine powers of good. And just the same, immortal beings of evil are created just the same below. Devils, fiends, evils. It is the essence of what we are. There is...
And no angel has lost its way and fallen from grace?
It has happened. Seldom. It has happened.
And do you think that that is a one-way journey? That no fiend from the pit has found a path to salvation? Are they so
There is,
hidebound that they are not capable of change? Your question alone indicates that change should be possible,
I'm not
and it does
capable of
not
answering
flow in
that
only
question.
one direction.
I'm not capable of answering that question. I don't pretend to be.
Nor am I.
All I would say is the very reason I have told our host I think this damnable vestige should go to Qiro rather than Yvaine is a power like that in the hands of certainty scares me. I
Oh,
don't like
I am
I don't like
anything. Oh God, I am so sorry to have hoodwinked you, my friend. I'm so sorry.
I like that Qiro doesn't want it.
The angel says, I may I tell you why I allowed whoever it was to abstain, and be out of then consideration.
Yes, please, by all means.
Because when someone does not want something or has the will to wield something, they will stop eventually. It will not be theirs in the end. And that's okay. That might come later once they decide that their duty is fulfilled. But also, everyone should have the right to choose. And ambition should be monitored and should be treated with caution and balance. But it's not evil. One who has ambition understands knowledge better than any. Knowledge is a very dark way to find themselves in the throes of ambitions, and with all respect, Yvaine, and he will put a hand on Yvaine's shoulder as he says this. Part of why I've judged Yvaine worthy, Cedric, is that she does have a great deal of doubt. Both of them do. And that is important, I agree.
And there's a reason Yvaine is a leader. But I won't I would never raise a hand to anyone here. And I will not attempt to force. Only to say the consequences of letting these creatures out is not one that we will likely bear. It will be others. And I don't personally feel I am in possession of the moral authority to be so certain of the outcome to do that.
Nor am I so certain that condemning them in eternity is a better solution.
I'll be
Alistair will.
honest.
Revan, can I ask?
You look over at Revan. You will notice that the wooden handhold there are definitely like rake marks across. He's held his tongue and is trying to be cool. You can tell this conversation is ignited something. But he does turn over to you, Yvain. Yes, Yvain.
All right. There are a few people at this table who have seen what the most powerful of your kind can do firsthand. I ask a certain forbearance as we wrestle with that fear and try to wrap our minds around something new. Now, I'm not saying yes or no, but if we're speaking of if, in Isilra, or in a place like Isilra that is sparsely populated, but where I know of happens to be in Isilra, there is a monastery which is very, very, very hard to get to. nowhere near anything, really. It's lovely, by the way. It's absolutely beautiful and
You want us to
loads
hide
to
in the
roam.
monastery?
Okay, so having a space away from people is nothing that interests you. You want to fully integrate immediately.
I do not.
Okay.
I have not been given the chance to speak. I have been called a creature and an it and this and that, and a lot of assumptions have been made about who I and my brothers and sisters am. Will I be given the chance to speak for myself, or is this court being going to decide my life for me?
No, I was asking what ways we might be able to work together. But by all means, speak. I'm so sorry.
I've spoken to Ember, mostly. He has heard generally my thoughts, and my thoughts are mine alone. I do not speak for all of my siblings. But I can say this, that they do want to live. And I will tell you this up front, if you make it some unilateral decision that we should all be killed, you will have to go through me. Not because I am some evil, profane, and violent thing, which I was, because I will defend the people that I have grown to love over these centuries being locked in this prison. Now, if you want to know what I will do when I will get out of here, I will do what I can, what my father's vision has been, which is to seek good and redemption. I have done terrible things. I have seen the faces of people that I have killed, good people that I have killed long ago.
Would you be
And
willing
I
to take
haven't. Yes?
would you be willing to take an oath of redemption?
An oath of redemption? To who? To you?
Goodness no. To one of the gods.
He'll
Seren
kind
Ray.
of he'll kind of continue. He was in the middle of speaking. He'll say, "What do I intend to do? And what would I see to it for my brothers and sisters? That we will face what evils the world have to give. We will find redemption. I don't have all of the answers, but I know this. I intend to respect my father and his vision for us, which is to spit in the eye of Orcus and do something good with our lives. So I am sorry, but no, I will not hide in some monastery and wait till someone gives in to the perils of what we are and devours someone. I will not wait until someone comes along out of witch-burning superstition to kill us all and see our souls rendered off to the damned. I will do what I can to save my soul. I will look death in the eye and I will reject it. But maybe it will come for me one day, and when it does, I would like to stand in the light once more, because I have not seen it in many long centuries. This is my thought, but I can only speak for myself. I am only a creature. I am only a thing damned to the next life, and maybe you might decide my testimony here is manipulation, which is not beyond what my kin have been capable of. But you'll have to decide for yourself. Want
Can
to
I
know what
ask you
I'm
a
going?
question,
Go,
Revan?
of course.
How do you and your brothers intend to provide sustenance for yourselves? What is your criterion to be?
Not from you,
Because
really.
I know that at the extremes, the hunger outside of the presence of your father is very consuming.
Make no mistake, with my father or not, the hunger that my people, my brothers, my sisters feel within this palace at any given moment, even not in your presence, it is a torment, the likes of which I doubt any of you have truly experienced. They experience it every moment, and it is by willpower that we have been taught. Not, not that the starvation has been taken from us, just that we have learned grace from our Father. They managed to resist. Now, where will we gain blood? Animals, probably. If there are those who might be willing to give it to us, then we will probably not say no. But no one will be harmed in our works. No one innocent, anyway. You gave your blood willingly, and I thank you desperately for it. I will not say no if someone wishes to give it to me. I have no intentions of killing someone innocent through that. So animals is not not nearly as satisfying. But no one said goodness was easy. Goodness is something you work for. It's not something you sit around and hope comes to you one day. And he looks to his father as he says that. You expect those words are not his own.
When faced with the potential of this not coming to an end, or coming to an end where you have been released from the immortal suffering that you're currently bound to, what would you have?
What do you mean? The vampire curse is
To
gone?
to continue to be stuck in torment with no path forward, stuck here in an eternity of hunger, without choice, without redemption, but existing still, or ceasing to be. What would you have?
Nothing. Would I have... He looks to his father, he says, in this hypothetical, is my father still with us?
Yes.
Then we will do what he says. Yes. We will follow him. But were he not, and there was no light, there would be nothing to be done. I don't know how we would survive. Alistair will stand up. He'll say, now, before the creature built for seducing men and women to let their guards down, and the angel who is the epitome of good and holy charisma, I bid ask you all this. How many vampires are in this castle? Dozens, yes? What if just one of them fails to uphold this standard of goodness? What if two? What if five? In the great optimism that most of them remain holy and whole, what was there, 5 dozen in here? What if even a tenth of them, even one of them, can't hold up their end of the bargain? How many suffer and die for it?
The same question can be asked of any of us.
Why is that our call to make? Why are they expected to be perfect when none of us are?
Because we can't slaughter entire towns for bloodlust.
Oh,
But we
there you
can.
are
We
wrong.
can. You're right. We can slaughter them for far less.
And would you? Qiro, what compels you to do this? Do you have some disadvantage that we do not know about other than just the goodness inside of you. That you're a regular person who makes decisions every day. Or you, Ember, or any of you. You all make decisions for yourselves. Sure, you could be seduced to evil, but you know right from wrong. Vampires are compelled by their very nature to kill and murder for their own gain. All things in vampires become spoiled. Love becomes obsession, vanity, lust, all of these things become evil. They are compelled by the basis of their nature to destroy mortality.
And yet they make choices the same as we do.
Have you ever met a vampire, Kyo? Not this vampire who is desperately perhaps putting on a show in order to get out of this hellhole. But I mean a real vampire, one that knows its strength and has stalked man and can do whatever he wants.
Our first night here, one bit me in the neck, 2 hours into watch, and through everything, through the screaming and the terror and the pain and the blood, they were hungry. As much as it hurt me, as much as it annoyed me, as much as it upset everyone here, there was a reason. Not some malicious, all consuming reason, a mortal one. You talk about everything that they are like they don't already know. There'll be
You,
vampires. There'll be vampires here. There'll be vampires there. The difference is they're realistic about it. They're trying.
what you have shared, Alistair, is the exact same talking points that we heard in part in Lysengorn, what's heard in part coming out of the Iron Authority. Absolutism. Dare I say racism.
If you want to call me a racist because I believe vampires are a threat to mortality, or that when werewolves see the moon, they slaughter villages without control, then call me a fucking racist, Ember. Petty insults are not going to win the argument. Let's at least have reason to guide us.
And you've met every werewolf and vampire?
No, I've just met the vampires who turn loose, and I've seen what
Yes,
they do to people.
the murderers. The ones that made their presence known. The ones that were perhaps hunted to the point that they had no choice. But you didn't hear about the ones that found a different way because they weren't on your list. The only ones that you're familiar with are the ones who turn their back on change, turn their back on salvation. That's who you know about. Your knowledge is bias. It is not complete.
And yours is.
Oh, hell no. I guarantee you that there are evil ones out there. And I don't know enough to know that there are any good ones, but I suspect that there probably are. Just
You
as
think
there
there's
are evil orcs and good orcs and evil goblins and good hobgoblins, just as there are valiant blood hunters, and there are some that have fallen by the wayside and been seduced by the power that they have. I guarantee you, you know the history of your order. You know that there are fallen hunters that have fallen by the wayside, seduced by the power that they were able to achieve. How is that any different?
because they were not created by Orcus, the demon lord of undeath. Yes, I have hunters who have fallen, and we want to play into morality. Everyone is capable of good and evil. Generally speaking, vampires play into evil, and they have been created by demons. Um, and the angel will say, and orcs were created by the ruiner, as were hobgoblins, as were regular goblins and bugbears. They were all created by the ruiner, if I'm not mistaken. My history is scratchy. But if I'm not mistaken, there was some curse they spoke of back in Jusar. I can't remember it, but they were created by the ruiner, the Traer god. Maybe I don't know. I have not been to the surface, but I would ask orcs and goblins and hobgoblins are generally evil creatures.
It tends to be a function of upbringing and culture. A lot of them are raised in places where less good is normative.
Alistair will say, what Ember is trying to say is that there is a massive hobgoblin army in the south called the Iron Authority that's about ready to stomp over the entire continent. So they are not compelled specifically like vampires to be evil, but there is a very, very large following, shall we say, of the Ruiner and his brethren.
I add something. If this is, I'm half drow, and the drow have something of a reputation, but there is like a whole faction of drow in Lyrengorn who's sworn to the Moonweaver. It's a deep part of their faith. I'm not saying go out and make a bunch of vampires, but if we have a group of vampires who want to become holy paladins, and that's what it sounds like. They want to go fight evil for good.
Alistair goes, excellent, all right. So, vampires want to do good, yes? They go to some poor village where orcs or barbarians or whatever has come through and killed everybody, and they're there to rescue the place, right? Fair to say? That's generally what they're going to try and do. Go to battlefields, reinforce the good guys, save the people, yes?
I was thinking they might be better used against supernatural units. Seems to be a
He'll
bit of that going on.
he'll direct it at revenue. He'll be like, fair to say you're going to save people, do good, that's what you said generally. And he'll roll his eyes knowing that there's surely some conversational trap about it. And he says, yes, I have said that the desire is to do good. Also goes, okay. Raiders have come through, people have been hurt, maimed, killed, stabbed, suffering, bleeding. He'll take a knife out of his pocket. He'll cut his own hand. Blood will dribble on the ground. And through the palace, you will hear this almost echo out the walls as the cut happens. And Alistair will look very, very pleased with himself at Revan, who sits there, stares at him, says, let me be very clear about one thing. Alistair, was it? You're worried about if one or two of my people fall, if my brothers or sons fell. They will die by the hands of those loyal to my father. We will do it with great remorse. But if they fall, we will take care of our own like you take care of your own who fall to possession. And secondly, this, if your blood hunters decide to come for me and my kin, you will not like the war that follows.
Oh,
Boys, let's step it back a notch. And normally I'm not the person who says that.
Revan will rise. Alistair will kind of you see him tense, his hand almost moves in that position when he's about to use blood magic, and Revan kind of turns his head and goes, "Ah, I think we both don't know I don't need to rise from my chair to tell you how strong I am. I am leaving. Make your decision if you wish to try and kill me and my siblings or not. I'm not ashamed to say that I will defend myself." And he leaves.
Kira's eyes are gonna flick to the cut on Alistair's hand. She's not even gonna say anything. She's gonna heal him for 12 points of damage and heal the cut up though.
What was the last part?
She heals him for 12 points of damage, so the cut that he made on his
Yeah.
finger, his that's uncalled for.
Yeah. He heals.
She stares
He'll
him
give
down
you
the
a
whole
nod.
time too.
Yeah.
I'm not a champion of anything. I'm not a holy this or that of anybody. All of this feels way above my head. I'm I'm just a soldier with some tricks up my sleeve. We came here to make one world-changing choice. That feels like enough for me for it one day, you know?
Indeed.
So I've said my piece. I have no intention of taking it farther than words.
Alistair
From
will
here on
say,
out,
okay.
just let me know how I can help.
Alistair says, "Well, that is fair. You are a soldier and these things are above your head. But I am the director of the Claret Order and a cleric to the Raven Queen who demands the destruction of all undead. I know what is demanded of me in my order.
And you're
You
willing to
will.
take up arms to make that happen?
I have always been willing to draw blood for the innocent. Hate me or not, we do a little good, believe it or not. He will, he will take his leave as well." The angel looks a little, not surprised, but disheartened.
As I said,
Oh God, when I'm going to bed.
you exiting is fine, but don't stay. His reach is limited, and I think once you find a place that's not in Tal'Dorei, because that's where he's got reach, where he has contacts and power.
I have no doubt
You and your
that
sons should be in better stead.
I have no doubt that there are going to be people who will wish their deaths no matter where we go. And if Revan carries the voice of the rest of his brothers and sisters, and I know he has some respect amongst them, they will not wish to run from danger. I'm proud of them for that, actually. Rest assured, I did not expect this to be an easy path, where there is little worth doing in life that is easy.
Ultimately, know that so far as I'm concerned, the decision is yours, as is the responsibility. I can't speak for the rest of the people here, but if news were to come to me that there was catastrophe such that it didn't seem like you were in control any longer, and the collateral damage was sufficient to make news, I would feel obligated to bring what end I could.
I am.
Not an easy responsibility, but it is yours.
It is. When they had forgotten what they were and their anger had turned to reverence for me, I knew then. I knew then the weight of the responsibility I would carry if I was to take this role with them. Not one I relish, not one I would ever find easy, but one that I will exact if I must. Thank you all, especially for taking this so seriously. Good evening. And with that, I think we will end our session.